つも船で起きれく
Hello. Ooh, chat. Hello. The song is so good, by the way. I actually really like that song. Hello. How are you? Oh my god, chat. I just realized my camera's not on. Hold on. And then I just got jump scared. Oh my god. Okay, don't make fun of me. I forgot what I was wearing. And I look like a fucking Pilates mom. I look like a fucking Pilates mom. Oh my god. Stop! Stop! Okay, listen. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I look like an almond mom. Oh wait. Is that gonna help? I think it helps. I think the hair down. I think I need an outfit change. The return of straight is... Y'all, I can't be looking like... Bro thinks she's Catwoman, but... Do I look like a biker girly? What do you mean biker girly? Like a... I ride my bike? Or like... I have a motorcycle? Which one is it? Oh! Catwoman is best biker girly. Do we just stick with... Do we just stick with it, chat? Oh my god, I look like an almond mom. I look like an almond mom. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. You know what? We like the hand sleeves. Thank you. Thank you. They don't do much, honestly. I love Celty so much. See, cat girl, I actually have shit. I have to dig it out. But would you guys want to see the helmet? The hand sleeves are bisexual. Okay. It's gonna take... Okay. You know what? 2 subs. I will go get the helmet. I only say this if it wasn't kind of a pain in the ass to go and get, because it is stored on the top shelf of my garage right now. Well, yeah. You know what? Isaac beat the 2, so you know what? Hold on. Let me go get it. Guys, I'm in fucking leggings stop. Look. I look like a straight woman. That's not a bad thing, but... Sorry, I mean... Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I literally have only like a gym top underneath this, and I mean... It's fine. It's a gym top. It's not a big deal, but it looks like a sports bra, and I'm like, well, I don't want to just take this off, you know? Wait!
Yes, I like to get my caramel frappuccino from Starbucks every single day at 9 a.m. exactly. You can't tell me what to do. Give me my keys.
I'm sorry! Stop! Okay, I'm gonna grab my helmet. I'll be right back.
Nuclear bomb.
little dusty, but isn't she cool? Ah! Love chat. Do you like? She's, like I said, she's a little, you can see the reflection of my setup. Do not look at it. Don't look at it. I like ran. I want to let you guys know I fucking ran just now. Oh. Anyways, so this is my helmet. I made it myself. Yippee. Yeah, so I made this. Is it made of foam? No. This bitch is like solid. So, if you guys are wondering how I made it, it looks so damn good. Thank you. It's because I spent 3 months on it. I'm not even kidding. I spent 3 months on it, and I've never seen Durarara in my life, by the way. I just thought, she looks cool, and then I cosplayed her. I watched, like, the first 5 episodes of Durarara, and I went, this is taking a long time to ramp up. I need to watch this with a friend. But anyways, so this is an actual motorcycle helmet. This is a men's large motorcycle helmet. I got it bigger on purpose because I want to, I use my glasses, right? I need to use my glasses to see. So I bought a men's like medium or large helmet, but I got it at a thrift store because number one, motorcycle helmets are super duper expensive. Number two, we're sustainable, bitch. Anyways, to see better, Izzy, I know, right? So this is a thrifted motorcycle helmet, and so the visor is really fucked up and scratched up. So, but that's okay. Like, I think it looks fun that way. It looks like it was used, you know. So what I did was I took, and you guys are gonna think I'm actually fucking insane for this, but this is clay. I made this with clay. I have like, yeah. So I have like my process documented. No, I did not. It's air dry clay, which is a mistake because I live in Colorado and everything is so fucking dry here that it cracked so many times. So not only did I have to go over it multiple times, I also had to use spackle. I'm not even kidding. So this thing is made out of clay, EVA foam, hot glue, and spackle. So it's, yeah. So I formed it. I formed the ears using the foam. Like so this part right here, this is the foam. I just painted the foam black. So I obviously, there's obviously a couple cracks. You can't really see it on camera, but like in person, because it's such a dry, arid climate here, I do have to go over this again with some spackle and then repaint it at some point. But yeah, I did this all with, so I made the, like I started sculpting the ears and used EVA foam as a base, and I hot glued it all together. And once it was all hot glued onto the helmet is when I started using the clay. I started putting air dry clay onto the, you know, the ears to make it blend with the rest of the helmet. And that's why I did it that way. I used clay specifically because, and I should have used some shit like, I should have done paper mache to be completely honest. But can you put it on? I will in a second. But I specifically really wanted it to blend because you can't even tell. Like, look at that shit. This is the helmet. The helmet is this part, and then this part is the ears, which are not supposed to be on the helmet, right? So, like, tell me how that's not, like, seamless as fuck. So, I chose clay on purpose so it can be seamless. Yeah, that was the whole goal, is to make sure that it was seamless and it looked a part of the helmet. So that is why I did that. And again, I used a lot. So whenever it did dry, I started sanding it down. So I have so much sandpaper. Like, I have an insane amount of sandpaper. And I didn't have an automatic sander, so it's all done manually. I did all the sanding by hand. And that's why it took 3 months to make. Because I did so much. It was like a process of, like, yeah, so it was a process of sanding it down and then having to cover up all the cracks with spackle and so on and so forth until it got to a point where I was like, this is good. This is good. And then after I sanded it down, filled all the cracks with spackle, it looked really smooth and seamless. I will in a second, Kiki. I then started spray painting it. And I just did yellow. There was something on here before. You could see how this isn't like a very good paint job, and that's because there was like a thing on this before, and then it kind of just came off. So I need to go over it again with some spray paint. But I sprayed it all with yellow, and then for the rest of it, I hand painted the blue. So I did this by hand, I did this by hand, and then I did, oh, you can see that you can see that I have to repaint this because it got chipped somehow, but I did all this by hand. So everything that is blue was by hand, and so was the sanding. But yeah, this is my helmet. I made this. I kind of want to make it again. So if anyone wants to commission me, let me know. I'm more than happy. But also, you can just buy one of these from Japan for like $200. So, but the one from Japan isn't blue, it's black. So everything that you see, so it's not exactly like the character. So the one from Japan, it's not blue. It's like the blue parts are painted black. So, it is not made by me, no. But I low-key have been wanting to like open commissions for my Celti helmet because I'm like really experienced in working with, it's funny, I'm not good at craft, like I'm not good at like, hold on, let me put the helmet on, give me a second. I'm not really good at sewing at all. Like I kind of suck at sewing, but I'm really good at like prop making and shit like that. I don't know why. I'm just a crafty bitch, but not in the like sewing way. So let me put this on. Ooh. Hold on, it got stuck. Izzy original sounds cooler. But yeah, I did this in 2020 during the height of the pandemic because I was really bored. I'm not even kidding. I was like, that's what we're gonna do. I also noticed the music stopped, so give me 1 second. Called Cat Playlist Meow Meow, which is so funny. I do not know why. Hold on, it's having a hard time. No chat. But yeah, that's my silly little helmet that I made by hand. Oh. Anyways, that's neither here or there. We're supposed to be playing Kingdom Hearts. Holy shit. Ew, helmet hair. I know, right? The helmet hair. It was super cool to see. Yeah, so that's like my process on how I made it. I documented it all on Instagram all the way back in 2020. So, Celti left faster than Cardi. It's so hard to breathe in it though. And you guys can't hear me. If I tried to talk in the helmet, you would not be able to hear me. Dude, Celti is like that era of anime is such a RAR XD era of anime. Oh my god. But, what was I gonna say? I don't remember. I do have Celti pictures on my Patreon, by the way. I have all my cosplays that I've been doing recently on Patreon. So if you guys like cosplays, once a month I post a photo set of my cosplays, and that's the only place you can find them. I don't post them on Instagram. I don't post them on Facebook. What the fuck is she saying? Like, I have a Facebook. I don't post them on Twitter. I don't post them in the Discord server. The only place you can find my cosplays nowadays is literally only on my Patreon. So that's it. I post them once a month. But yeah, I do have Celty on there. I want to redo some more photos of her, but soon. Anyways, Facebook, what is Blood yapping about? She's just saying shit. Also, Ziggy stairs. Do you want to see them? We got Ziggy stairs. Chat, look at that. He's got his stairs. Yeah. He's having a hard time using them still because he's still trying to just like jump off the bed. And I'm like, no. Use your stairs, dog. Use your stairs. Anyways. They haven't fully expanded yet because it came, you know, they like shrink wrapped it. So when I pulled the stairs out of the package, it was like, you know, yeah, he's too eepy right now to use some stairs. Anyways, that is the helmet. I don't know how we even got on that. Oh, it's because I looked like a fucking biker. That's what you guys said. I look like a biker. I look like an almond mom. I look like I'm about, like, I take off the glasses and I look like I'm about to Karen you. That's the quarter white showing. Almond mom. Oh my god, do you not know what an almond mom is? Okay, so really quickly while I set up Kingdom Hearts real quick. Super hot in my room, so I have to open my window. Ugh. Yeah, Kiki, that's basically what an almond mom is. An almond mom is like, for a snack. Like, almond moms are the moms that are like, they're like, no, the kitchen is closed. You can have a handful of almonds as a snack. If you want, we have celery and raisins and peanut butter. You can make ants on a log. It's better for you. Red dye number 40 is going to give you cancer and kill you. I'm full of carcinogens. Oh my god, Isaac. White people with a 14-year-old personality. Like, almond moms are the type of mom to be like, I gotta keep my heart rate up. I love water. Which you should be drinking water, chat. That's not like a joke. Like, really fucking drink water. Those are almond moms. They're like, they take their dog on a 5-mile walk every single morning at 5 a.m. They refuse to, like, eat properly. Almond moms are people with low-key, I hate to say it, but, like, I'm not even kidding. Almond moms, as somebody who grew up, my mom is not almond mom, but as somebody who grew up with people, like my mom's friends were almond moms, it's like they low-key have an eating disorder, and it's really sad to see because they do not have a healthy relationship with food. And it makes me super sad because, like, yes, you can definitely still eat and, you know, be healthy. It's just kind of what you fuel your body with. But there's a lot of people who are like, I have to be under a certain amount of calories, which, like, I guess for some people, yes. But, like, in the end, it's like, eat what you want as long as it's in a healthy amount. I mean, macros matter more than calorie intake. I eat like shit and I still haven't gained a pound. Some of us just juice. I'm the same way. I did not start gaining any weight until recently when I started working out. I'm not even kidding. Literally, chat, I worked out, like, I did an upper body workout for like half an hour, and then I went for a walk, and then I'm not even kidding. I did that. I got Starbucks. I came home, and then I immediately started my forklift certification. Today I learned that OSHA is kind of baller. OSHA is baller. They're like, you better know your fucking rights. They're like, we are here to help you. If your employer's an asshole, we'll kill them for you. Okay, that is an exaggeration, but like, OSHA's awesome. OSHA is so awesome. OSHA is fun killer. Well, okay. Yes, but for a reasonable cause. Anyways, OSHA's goated. And I learned that today. And I think it is crazy how much I did not know. I didn't know anything about OSHA. And I'm learning a lot about it right now, obviously, because I'm getting my forklift certification. And because it is an OSHA forklift certification, I have to learn about OSHA and its history. You know what's crazy, by the way? Y'all, OSHA, the OSH, the OSHA Act was not even a thing until 1971, April 1971. That's not even that long ago. That's not even that long ago. That's only like 40 years ago. 40, 50 years ago. Oh my God, are people born? That was 50 years ago. People born in the 70s are 50? Uh-oh. Oh. So that means 80s kids? Oh, dude. 80s kids? Y'all thought you were ballin'. Y'all are in your 40s now. Not that anybody in my chat is probably born in the 80s, and if you are, I'm so sorry that I just came for your throat like that. No, I don't think Nox was born in the 80s. Nox sad face. No, there's no way. Is he just murdered 80s kids? This is Gen Z in 2040. Anyways. That means people born in the 90s are almost 30. Oh my God! Oh, shut up! Wait, really? A kid born in 2014 is 10. Is he learning how time works? I'm only 18. Wait, I'm only turning 25. Leave me alone. Okay, well, you were born in the late 90s. Me, when I tell everybody I'm born in 2001 and they go, what the fuck? What's your problem? Me, when I remember my brother was born in 2009. I was watching, okay, I don't know how many of you guys are playing Persona 3 right now, but I recently learned, because I was watching a friend play that game, that game takes place in 2009, and I literally sat there and I was like, my brother was born in 2009. What the fuck? Cause like it tells you like the days in like the top left corner of the game, cause that's how Persona works. And like it said March something 2009, and I said, what was I doing in March of 2009? I was like, I wasn't even 8 yet. I was 7, and my little brother was just born. I was 8 years old, eating animal crackers and climbing trees at the park. That's probably what I was doing. Glue was my best friend. My cousin from 2006 turned 18. My brother, so my second brother, or I guess my first brother, Ryan is my second brother. Have you guys seen my brother Roman? Have you guys met Roman ever? I think you guys have met Roman once or twice. He was, okay, you guys have met Ryan. I know you guys have met Ryan. That's my youngest brother. That was the one born in 2009. My older brother, Roman, he was born in 2006. Yeah, for the talent show. No, you guys met Roman. If you were around for the talent show, then you've met Roman. Roman break dances. Anyways, so Roman was born in 2006 and he just turned 18. And I literally went, how are you 18? Like, I looked at him and I went, excuse me, you're not allowed to be 18. Like, help? I just, you know, it feels wrong. He can vote. He can vote, chat. He can vote. My brother can vote. My little brother can vote. That's enough. I'm gonna start playing Kingdom Hearts. Izzy, early life crisis? A little bit. Hi, Izzy, how are you? Hello, Cam. We are literally, well, we had a tangent, as I always do at the beginning of my streams. But, oh, record! You're right. Chat, you would be surprised, but I did my Duolingo today. I was insanely productive today. Like, really productive today. Like I said, I woke up, okay, I stayed in bed a little too long, but I woke up, I had some breakfast, I worked out for 30 minutes, and then afterwards, I immediately went to go walk to my Starbucks because I had a free drink, and I was like, I love stealing money from corporations, so I walked to the Starbucks, and I walked back, and I walked my dog and Barney. You guys remember Barney, right? He's still here. I walked my dog, I walked Barney, and then I came back and I studied for my forklift certification for 2 hours, and then I said, I told them that I would start at 8 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. PST, and then I did, and you guys did not believe that I would do it. I kept my damn promise. I did it. Y'all didn't believe me. You're so pretty, by the way. Oh, thank you. Thank you, chat. I beat the ADHD allegations today. Where did my sub goal go? Oh, you're so right. Low key, chat. I was thinking of changing the sub goal to getting more emotes for you guys. And by getting more emotes, that means I get to employ our favorite chat member, Kiki. Sub goal. Okay, no, like, Pixel, I was thinking about, okay, hold on. First and foremost, we should have, okay, do we want, if you beat the ADHD allegations, why do you still have it in your stream tag? Well, I beat it today. Doesn't mean I beat it every single day. Kiki said, I love being employed. So, hear me out, chat. Do we want the Amy Rose VTuber sub goal, or do we want the emote sub goal right now? Because I could change it right now. And everything that, excuse me, game, stop. That's what I thought. Anyways, dearly beloved chat, give Kiki money? Okay. So I'm thinking about 5 more Kiki. I'm thinking about 5 more Kiki. If you would be so kind to, here, the 5 that hold on, employ Kiki, aka new emotes. There we go. Kiki Evo fun. Izzy live reaction would be kind of good. We love giving Kiki money. So anyways, the 5 subs earlier that Isaac gave are included in this. Oh my god! Look at that! Thank you so much! Wait, we love funding an artist. Anyways, chat, what was I gonna say? Oh, Devin, Jeff Bezos money doesn't count. Well, here's the thing. I saw it in my activity feed and I heard it. Anyways. Thank you so much, Devin. How are you, by the way? Can we have Ziggy Weezer? What the hell does that mean? What does that mean, Ziggy Weezer? Anyways, always support artists, chat. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, Isaac again with the another 10 gifted. Oh my god. Thank you, Isaac. Anyways, I was really thinking about some new emotes, and I want one with, I want mods with a gun. I also want Amy with a band hammer. I think mods with a gun would be funny. Just like, I don't know how we would incorporate the mods. Yeah, Amy with a Glock is even funnier. I don't know if we want Amy with the band hammer or Amy with a Glock. I think Amy with a gun is really funny, personally. I have maybe been a little... Yeah, no, I get it. Isaac, take care of yourself first. Always take care of yourself first. What if the mods pick their weapons? That would be really funny. We'll get there. We'll get there, chat. Madison gets a beard. Hold on. I gotta make my hair visible. There's baby boy. Guys, Axel is so baby girl, right? We agree. Axel's What poo gif?
What could have happened to him?
Oh, I have an idea. Maybe Pooh's tummy is so rumbly that it's making him forget. If we bring him some honey,
That's me.
he's sure to remember.
Dude, I swear to God, sometimes if I do
Well,
not eat, I'm a
guess it's
stupid
worth a
bitch.
try.
It's like, huh? You were talking to me?
Might work,
I don't remember that.
but
And then I eat, and then I'm
probably
fine.
not.
First, we gotta find some honey.
Is that all he eats? Honey?
If honey's what you're looking for, I know just the place.
Like, literally,
Follow
that's it?
me.
Imagine being hungry and have an effect on your physical state. I know, right? Girls are like, why does my head hurt? Why do I feel like shit? And then it's like, have you eaten? No. Have you exercised? No. Have you drank water? No. Have you done self-care? No. Did you sleep enough? Yes. That's like it. That's it. Bitches be hungry. It's like, I know. Listen. For everybody with a girlfriend, you already know how it's like. It's like, she's like, I don't feel good. And then you ask her, well, did you drink anything today? No. Well, I had an iced coffee. Is that all you drank? Yeah. And then you're like, this bitch. Thinking she could survive on iced coffee and hot chip. Anyway. All we do is sleep, forget to eat, and headache, right? She's like, I have a headache again. I say this, I am that bitch. But I've been better about it. Like, I have been, I mean, you guys see me in my Karen outfit today. I've been doing really well, actually. I've been working out literally every day. I've increased my workouts from 15 to 20 minutes. And then next week, I'm going to try and push for 30 minutes. And then I'm trying to work up to 45 minutes every single day. It's just like I'm still trying to build that muscle, build that habit. So we're at 20 minutes. And then next week, I'm going to try to do 25 to 30. And then so on and so forth. And then lift heavier weights as well. Because I am now on 10 pounds. Which is not much, but it's something. I've also been drinking a lot more water, and I have been really intentional on how much protein and fibers I've been eating. So, today I did have a little cheat day. I did eat some chicken nuggets today. They were baller, is all I have to say. Hell yeah. So, fiber and protein. I've been trying to be more, because I eat a lot of carbs as it is, and like I don't think anyone should shy away from carbs because they are what give you energy, because they turn, you know, I don't know. This is gonna show how much I actually paid attention in high school, but as you know, carbohydrates break down into sugars, but those sugars do actually help feed your body and give you energy throughout the day. The thing about protein and fiber, though, fiber is going to make you feel fuller longer, and help with like managing your cholesterol. Funny enough, I don't know if many of you knew that, but I'm sure most of you guys knew that. But it's just, fiber is just like, dude, I just recently learned how many people are skipping out on fibers. Like, y'all gotta eat your apples. Eat your apples and your spinach. Ugh. I've been eating a lot of apples and spinach. And protein. Protein is just, I've already ate a lot of protein before, but like I've been eating even more so because I'm trying to build muscle. Like I said, I'm trying to get those Chun-Li thighs. I want to be kind of close. Like, I want to see definition and muscle in my thighs by the end of the year. So, you know, it is a slow, it's a slow work up, because again, I'm only doing 20 minutes, and now I'm starting to do that. Again, shout out to everybody who helped with my inhaler, because if I did not have my inhaler, I would not even be able to do this. So thank you again to everybody who helped with my inhaler. But it's like, as a slow working up to, like I said, I want to work up to like 45 minutes every single day. But But yeah, overnight oats. Yes, I used to do overnight oats all the time, but I got sick of them. I got super sick of them, like low key. I would do like peanut butter and honey, and I would do it with almonds or oat milk, which is funny because it's overnight oats with oat milk. Like, why are you doing oats twice? But whatever, you know. And rabbit. How's Spanish going? Good. I'm learning the days of the week. I started yesterday. Lunes is Monday. That's all I've got. True, that is Monday.
This is the place I told you about.
Wow.
Better than nothing. If
Oh,
you
wonderful,
asked
my
me,
tummy.
if you like you put it on a piece of paper, I'd be like, oh, I know that.
Doesn't that
I'm
honey
still just
belong
like-
to someone?
I still need the repetition. But do you understand how your macros work? But you do understand how your macros work very well. Wait, really? I do? I don't even know what the fuck a macro is. Feliz martes? That's Friday. It is not Friday. Proteins and fibers, etc. Oh! Those are macros. Oh! Wait. Which is Friday then? Jueves is... I want to let you guys know when I saw the word jueves, I went, oh my god, huevos? My dumb ass. Today is martes, tomorrow is... I still am having a hard time pronouncing Wednesday in Spanish. Like... we'll get there. I'm not even gonna try right now. I feel very, you know. He said, my honey. Oh, hello. It's nice to meet you. Bro got some amnesia. Like, what the hell? Bro lagged out and forgot everybody. Except for Piglet. Miércoles. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ew. I don't like that noise. Sorry, it's our fault we brought Pooh here. Oh, hello, Sora. See, everybody else knows Sora, but not Pooh. Like, Pooh really did just lag out and just had amnesia. Pooh cannot be stopped when he's that hungry. That's like Link. Pardon me, somebody I don't know, but is there any more? A glutton. Gluttony is a 7 deadly sin, Pooh. Did you know that? How hard do you like to push your reps, Izzy? Do you push it till you nearly fucking die type, or do a normal set amount of reps? So I do hit workouts. And I do 45 seconds on, 15 seconds off. And those are good though. They're mostly for cardio, but my and I can't do and I have to be super careful on what I do because I have my wrist deformity, and so I can't do planks if I'm like on my hands. I can't do push-ups. I can't do certain things. So I have to be super careful on what I select to do. And I feel like when it comes to like, I want to get to a point where I'm just making my own workouts, but I'm just following people right now just to like basically gather information to be like, I want to do this more. I like this workout. This one works well for me. This one didn't work so well for me. And hit workouts are really good for, I know, specifically cardio. They're not super great for like building muscle, but I will like, then later on, like I'll do my my 20 minutes of hit, and then I'll work on like doing reps for, like I'll do like squats, or I'll do like bicep curls until basically either my wrist gives out or I'm just done. So I guess to answer your question in short, it's until I am fucking tired. People who push it till they die scare me, but I don't push it to a point where I'm like, I'm literally gonna like pass the fuck out. I do it to a point where I'm like, this is good. I don't know if I don't want to keep going, you know? Leg extensions and machines are good for isolating your eggs. So my best friend and I are going to be looking at gyms this Friday. I can't do Friday. We can't do Friday. We can't do Friday. I'm doing a 12-hour stream. Wait, we can do it before 2 p.m. I lied. Haha. We can visit gyms before 2 p.m. Damn, she dressed and talking like an almond mom or whatever it was. Oh my god, Juice, please. Is there more honey? My tummy is rumbling. Okay, we thought that too. Let's stuff this bear full of honey. Inflation? This game has it all, chat. What? You hit them a bit too well. I'm sorry. I love that gym and I love seeing people get after it. See, I'm not a big gym girly. I just want to look like an anime character. That's my motivation. And I'm just about like, I'm so, holy shit, 30 fucking 5? Yoshi Sonic? That's insane. Okay, so let me read this really quick. Press Y after hitting an obstacle to rescue Pooh, or Pooh will continue to lose health. What? Okay, press X and move left and right quickly. The game is over and Pooh has run out of HP. So why? So it's Temple Run. Oh, it's Temple Run. Okay. What does Y do again, chat? Whoa. We are, that's a little much. What? Oh shit. Oh, chat, it's getting fast. Oh, why did I didn't push Y. Oh, fuck! No! Pooh! Ah! Oh my god, it's just like Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, shit. Ah, yeah. He said, oh, my tummy rumbled. Well, we found out what Y does. True. Ay, ay, ay. Do we not want him? Shit, fuck me. This is kind of fun, actually.
There now, Pooh. Have just as much as you'd like.
Why, thank
That was really
you.
funny. He was like, I hit it a little too well. Bitch hit it out of the book. Go for it as a shield. Oh, I didn't even... I read the instructions and I still didn't remember.
Somebody, but do you know where I might find another smackerel or two?
You
of
didn't miss
honey?
much. We literally just started. I've been talking about working out and eating well and whatnot. And the reason... Okay.
My tummy seems to be telling me there's some honey right in there.
Don't do it again, Pooh! You glutton! His ass is too fat.
He still doesn't remember. What in the world has gotten into Pooh Bear?
Whatever it is, we better help him.
The milkshake
yes,
wait,
and quickly,
milkshake
too.
sounds kind of fucking fire.
Stuff and fluff.
You know what's funny? I'm not a big
One,
milkshake girly, but like I could be convinced every so often. I love frozen yogurt though, which is funny. I love
You're
frozen
okay now,
yogurt.
Pooh?
I feel like
Well,
not many
I
people will
wouldn't
go
be
out of their
so
way to
sure
say
of
like
that
I
if
like
I
frozen
were you.
yogurt.
Why, just look at him. He doesn't even remember who I am. Perhaps it's all this blustery wind, or maybe he actually needs more honey, or he's
Bro is
he's
having a moment.
sleepwalking
He's
and
tweaking.
dreaming.
Well, if I am dreaming, which I suppose I could be, I hope that I get to the part where you invite me
Yogurtland?
to
I feel
lunch
like maybe
again very
once.
soon, Rabbit.
That's right. You're always stopping by for lunch. Wait, Pooh, you called me Rabbit.
He remember.
Of course, Rabbit.
What about Eeyore? And do you remember Eeyore too, Pooh?
Oh, hello there, Eeyore. It's ever so nice to see you today.
Thanks for noticing me, Pooh Bear.
He never truly forgot.
And hello to you too, somebody I don't know.
This shit kind of like Chain of Memories.
Well, at least you remember Rabbit and Eeyore now.
Do you think by the time Friday rolls around, chat, I will be able to beat Larxene? Or will I be a little fucked still? Yeah? Okay, so we are now here. Now it is time to go. World map. Yes, it's time to go to the Coliseum. What? So, chat, can you please fill me in? What even is that the Coliseum for me to do right now? Because I feel like I'm a little confused on what the fuck. Where do I need to land? Duolingo stream when? Well, I already did my Duolingo today. I did yesterday, though. I did my little Duolingo stream yesterday. The cups don't give EXP. So it's probably not worth it. First save point. What? Yeah, they give equips? The cups give equips? So the underworld entrance. Underworld entrance. Well, I guess we're going here, chat. Well. The sign of the nobodies or the heartless for now, anyways. Okay. So what kind of, what size shoe you wear? The Underdrome. Oh, hey! Oh my god, I forgot about him! Jump scare. But just didn't like it, like the senseless violence, so he locked the place up. How'd it get unlocked? Oh, I see. What an idiot. That's right, his name is Aaron. My bad, my bad. Final Fantasy X jump scare. Where are you going, Aaron? We should catch up. You need something to do. Go help your friends. Whoa. Okay, buddy. You really just disappeared. Pain and Panic? His most... That isn't... That's not a word that I know. How do I... Hold on, I'm looking it up. I'm looking. Oh my god, chat, you want to know what the last thing I googled on my phone? That is a word. I just want to know what it means. Look at the last thing I googled on my phone, chat. Oh. It's OSHA. 29 CFR 1918. Occupational Safety and Health Administration. The 1918 part number, Safe and Health Regulations for Longshoring. We can't read. Ugh. I have to make it Evil Mirror. The Evil Mirror, chat. Hold on. I gotta transform. Why can't I? Oh, it's because it's locked. Transform. Horizontal. Evil Izzy. Fuck. Oh, wait. Bad. There it is. Evil Izzy be like married. I was literally looking up OSHA stuff, chat. Hold on, let me transform. Go back. Oh, she's back. First aid? No, I'm looking up OSHA stuff, chat. We're seeing evil Izzy 99% of the time. What was I looking up? Oh. How do I say it? Oh, perniciousness. Having a harmful effect. Oh, I see. Is evil be like Rin Kagami? Oh, instead of Hatsune Miku? Is he a Mario girly? I just wanted to know what it meant, chat. You should consider yourself lucky. You'll get lots of fabulous prizes. It's a great way to spend some time. So do we do it? Someone said to save though. Let me save real fast. These tournaments do give good stuff. Okay. Oh, talk to Panic, not Pain. Oh, I assume we just do the Pain and Panic cup. Okay. Cannot be used, but limits will consume less MP than usual. Get a higher score by collecting orbs. The music kind of goes crazy, by the way. Limits, yes. Drive, no. Oh, okay.
Take this.
Alright, well, we got all that. Yippee. Alright, everybody. We're gonna really quickly, I'm just gonna... What is with this game and orbs?
Back off. It's over.
There we go. Nice. Awesome. This is awesome, chat. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Not the cars! You know what? We're in a magnet. Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's not at all what I wanted, actually. Haha, everybody, I lied. She does this every single time. I always am putting the wrong thing all the time. Oh my god, not the fucking... Can you... Fuck me. Can you not? Watch. No. Okay, you need to shut the fuck up. I hate the cars, chat! There we go, there we go. Have you used Trinity? By the reflect fucks up the cars. Oh, I do remember... I see it. Okay, I have to wait for my MP to come back, and then that's when I can... Ah! Stop, 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 stop! Oh my god.
It's over.
Woo! Wow! Don't worry, the cars hate you. Vehicular slaughter. Ooh! Huh? Who are you guys? Guys, I ain't never seen these guys before. Whoa! Wait, now this guy, last guy. Oh, not this guy. All right. Nice, okay. Oh, I hate these guys. These guys piss me off so much. Oh my god, you know what? We're gonna magnet really quick. Oh shit, hold on. Oh hey, let's not, buddy. Can we not? Can we not? I hate these guys. These guys piss me off the most. I think this is my least favorite enemies in this game so far. These heartless piss me off like no tomorrow. I just don't know what it is. I just hate them. I hate them. I hate them so much.
This is it. It's over.
Oh, finally. It really do be a jump scare, huh? Icon? Oh my god, no.
Thunder.
Nice. Dude, we're doing so well. The little pig, little pig! I love the little pig guy.
Take this.
Okay.
This is it.
Ooh, these guys. Oh, these guys.
Gather.
I don't have enough. Fuck. God damn it. I'm on attack, right? Thank you, Donald. He's dead. Okay, nice. Last guy. Nice! Jess! Oh my god! I did not hear it! I'm so sorry, Jess. Hold on, let me pause. Hi, Jess! Guys, I realized my sound alerts and my alert box is off because I was recording my OSHA certification earlier. My forklift certification. I just got OSHA on the mind. I just got OSHA on the mind instead. My bad, my bad. Okay. Hold on, let me make sure I have all my stuff on now. Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. How are you? What were you playing? Oh my goodness, hello Raiders. Well, the countdown was super weird on my end. Sorry about that. No, you're so good, but hello. I got to raid and run exhausted. All right, have a good one. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Guys, go follow Jess. She is another super awesome Sonic content creator. She does kind of what I do, a variety streamer with a big emphasis on Sonic, a big emphasis on Nintendo games. So really similar type of girly pop. So go follow her. She's awesome. She's really, really sweet. She also streams way earlier than me. So if you need an earlier streamer, that's your girl. Anyways, hello Raiders, my name is Izzy. Hi. Like I was saying, I'm really similar to Jess and her content. I do a lot of Nintendo, I do a lot of Sega. I'm a big Sonic fan. I mean, this is my controller. It's literally got Sonic on it, and this is my phone case. It's got little chows on it. Oh my god, thank you, Jess. I couldn't raid with some reason, raid you for some reason, Jess. Oh, raid with you. Sometimes Twitch is weird like that. Sometimes it fucks up raids. But, anyways. But yeah. In honor of Evo announcements today, watch this mix. But yeah, I do a lot of variety gaming. I'm playing through Kingdom Hearts. So, I got super interested with the Kingdom Hearts series, and forever ago we met a sub goal to play Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 for the first time ever. So I just finished 1 recently, like probably about 3 to 4 weeks ago, so almost a month ago. And now we're on Kingdom Hearts 2, and we are not quite halfway through the game, but I heard that we're close to being halfway through the game. Like we're doing some Coliseum fights so we could just get some good items, and then we're gonna see if we can go to Atlantica, and then after that we're gonna go to Twilight Town because that is the next thing that we're supposed to do. Hi, Ultima! Hello, Ultima. Izzy, hop on Yakuza? Dude, I've been meaning to. We gotta do the Cuphead DLC one day. True. I hope you've been well, friend. What was I gonna say? Oh, Evo. By the way. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I have to figure out how I'm gonna save up for it because it's like... Y'all, by the way, this is month 4 of being unemployed. I looked again at jobs on Indeed. Again. Nothing. Again. And I'm sitting here like, oh, this is awesome. Yippee! Anyways, I'll find a way. We'll do it at some point. But I'll let you know, Ultima. If you need work and can do video editing, I might know some people. Ultima, I'm actually gonna start learning how to video edit. After this next video I put out, I'm actually gonna start working on video essays, and I want to edit them all by myself on my own. So, yippee! So I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna teach myself. Obviously, Jome is gonna help me. And I would super appreciate the help as well, Ultima. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna teach myself how to edit, because I really want to just find my own way of editing and then have like my own style with it. And then learn how to edit my video essays, because there's a bunch of video essays I want to put out. So, yippee. You're self-taught too? Oh, shit. We're winning. But yeah. What was I saying, chat? Oh, I don't remember. We're playing the video game, though. Oh, shit. There's so many of these guys. Where are my friends? Oh my god. I don't know what that, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? Magic?
It's over. Gather.
Well, I didn't get all of them. Oh my god.
Yeah. Back off. Yeah. 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 Take this. This is it. Back off.
Damn. I didn't get. They ate them? Oh, I think. They're bees? I'm an expert on bees. Those are not bees. I want to teach myself how to edit. Any resources you would recommend, Ultima? Ooh, that's a great question, Lunar. That was a bonus? Oh. Magnet isn't strong enough for bigger grab radius. Oh, so you get to upgrade Magnet. I see. Oh my fucking god, I hate these guys. I hate. You need to go away. Ooh, Ravager. What does that even mean? Alright, you. There we go. Oh shit! Alright, we gotta get Yuffie first. I learned from the last game. That's not what I wanted, so that's fine.
Better luck next
Shit.
time, fuck.
Thunder. Oh my god, sir. Don't touch me.
Come and get it.
I can't okay. Why can't I get her, chat? Chat, please help me, please help me. Why can't I kill her? Have I not been doing the right thing on her? What's going on? Okay. Wait, but I did it. Wait, I did it. Or combo to, well, I ended him. Well, that worked. When did she die? Oh, okay, what are those, Char? What did I get? Greatly increases defense. Oh, we can give that to, oh shit. Hold on. Hold on, we need to give everybody a new thing. No, hold on. Let me give Goofy. Hold on. No, we don't want that. You know what? We'll keep giving that. Do I want slightly increases defense? We do like that though. No, I like the elements protection on Sora, so I think I'll just give Goofy this. Dude, he's got so much defense. That's insane. Let me go back here really quick. No, I think we got everything. So do we do the other one now, chat? I'm gonna save just in case. Just in case. Yeah, we made Goofy a tank, honestly. Last one for now. Okay. Ooh, it got cold all of a sudden. Ugh. But anyways, hold on. I saw what you said earlier, and I really wanted to talk about that. Hold on. Oh, we were talking about video editing. Yeah. Dude, CapCut, can I tell you something? CapCut is like pretty fucking good, actually. The stream is zoomed a little? It is? Did something happen on my end, chat? Well, anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh, okay. No, I was talking about, is cam normally where it is? Yeah, my camera's typically right here. I almost wonder if I should have my camera. Oh. I've been wondering if I should have my camera like over here. This way you guys can see like Sora, Donald, and Goofy. But I also feel like here is also just completely okay. What do you guys think? It was on the left for a little bit. But we could change it to over here because I feel like we don't really have anything going on over in this part of the screen. So I guess, would it be better if I put it here, chat? What do you think? Oh, boss bar HP, you're right. am I wrong? You know what? Let's find out. Have you guys not been able to see the HP of the bosses, and I just have not noticed yet? Oh no, that's there. Okay, no. This is actually, I think, a good place to have things.
This is it.
Oh my god, is this one all on me? Is this all me by myself, Dad?
Back off.
Wow, okay. Can you use drives without party members so this cup is better? Hold on, I'm gonna retry that. I feel like I was doing too much and not enough at the same time. Forms to be used. So I am on my own. So I will just, okay, so I can just use drive. Cool. Okay. Do I have Trinity equipped? I do have Trinity equipped. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Oh shit. Shit, the fuck up. Stop. There we go. Okay.
This is it. Take this. Yeah.
Oh my god. I feel like, ah! You know what? We're gonna Valor
Give
form.
me strength. It's okay.
Oh shit!
It's over.
God damn it. Chat, what? Timer ran out. Are you fucking for real? Oh, I gotta use drive frames to be the timer. I see. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Yeah, be faster. Okay, I got it. Okay. Dude, this song goes crazy, by the way. Okay, hold on. Let me drink some water. Wisdom against Heartless go crazy? Okay.
Take this. Yeah. Gather. Yeah. Take this. Heal. Yeah. Yeah. This is it.
Oh! Okay. Okay, this next one I can do with...
Give me strength. Gather. Thunder.
Oh my god, okay.
Gather.
Oh my god, leave me alone, no! Ah! I'm so mad. This one's gonna be the death of me, huh? I do not know why. This first wave is just a fucking awful.
Gather. This is it. Yeah. Gather.
There we go. Ah! There we go, there we go. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm trying to game out of my mind right now. Okay. Wait, some fun you guys said, and then we're gonna shoot, and then we're gonna magnet. Magnet, and then we're gonna...
Thunder! Yeah! Yeah!
Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Okay, I got 9 seconds. I got 9 seconds. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Oh, fuck me. Holy shit! No! I realized you guys saw how I remembered that I had to drive back last second. Oh my god, I'm so mad, I'm so mad, I'm so mad, I'm so mad.
It's over. Take this. Gather.
Oh my god, I hate these ghosts.
This is it.
Please, dude, what's your problem? Ah! Good night, Kiki.
Gather. Back off.
No, 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 no.
Okay. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Take this.
Okay, now I'm not using my enough. I say my blank enough. I'm saying trying to say guard chat. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You essentially have infinite drives for this whole fight. Really?
Give me strength. Thunder. Gather.
Oh my god. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. Shit, okay. What does this do? I forgot what this does, chat. Shit, shit. Where am I? What? Chat, what the heck? What is this? Chat, where am I? Who am I? Guys, I do not have time. Fuck. Oh! I still can't win! What the heck just happened? my god, oh my god, oh my god.
This is it. Heal. Yeah. Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Back off.
Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah.
God, I swear to god, these fights are gonna be like the death of me, like actually.
Take this. Yeah.
Alright, last guy.
Yeah. It's over.
There we go, there we go. Oh my god.
Yeah. 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 Heal. Yeah. Give me strength. Yeah. It's over. It's over.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Ah!
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Oh my god, no, no, no! Ah! What am I doing wrong? I'm trying. This one, I don't know what it is about this one. Wisdom for spamming thunder against the big dino?
Gather. Gather.
Oh my god, please.
Yeah.
You know what, fuck it. I hate this. That's insane.
Yeah. 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 It's over. It's over.
Oh my god, Reflect is insane.
Gather. Yeah. It's over. Gather. Heal. Back off. Yeah.
You guys said I should use wisdom for
Yeah. It's over. It's over.
the dinosaur, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
guys said wisdom, right?
Right.
You guys said thunder, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, not these guys, not these guys, not these guys, not these guys. Oh my god, 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 no! I can't even hit them like that. I'm so mad.
Take this. It's over. This is it.
Oh my god.
Gather. Gather. Back off.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, okay.
Let's go.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! I'm so mad. Reflect onto him instead of thunder? Oh my god, I hate this game. I hate this game. No, no. That's insane, by the way.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Take this. Take this. This is it.
Okay, okay, okay.
Gather.
Oh my god, please.
Take this. Yeah.
Why can't I use my potions? Why are my potions like half the time like grayed out? That's something I still haven't understood. They count as uses? Oh, I'm gonna quit then.
Back off.
Okay, okay.
Gather. Thunder. Take this. There. Yeah.
Oh my god. Again. Show you fucking go! I hate him. Not the screenshot. I hate.
It's over.
Are you serious?
Take this. Yeah. Back off.
Okay.
Gather. Yeah. Defense. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Back off. Yeah. It's over.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Ah! Please. Ah! Ah! I hate him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate. Why was that so hard? Why was that so hard? And for what reason? Why was he so hard for no reason?
Give me strength.
I'm just gonna. Why can't I hit that guy? Chat, why can't I hit him?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna throw up. He has iframes. I hate this game. Oh my god, I should have gone into wisdom again. What I've learned is I just need I'm under leveled? Really?
Back off!
It said I should be leveled. Where am I? Oh, I'm like 4 levels too early, huh? Well, shit. I'm literally doing this out of sheer, like... stubbornness? And I should not even be here. Okay, so was that the only 2 things? I guess Twilight Town, yeah. And I'm only at Drive 4. So I guess... At least, you know what? It wasn't for nothing. At least I got better at pressing buttons. Yeah, we can't even go to Atlantica, so... Alright, time to watch some cutscenes and give my wrists a break. We can't advance because we don't have...
The Sandlot! It's Cypher!
I forgot this guy's
Somebody
name.
Please help us!
Sounds like we've got trouble.
Yippee. Oh, it's Vivi. Okay. Vivi, my goat. Chat, I am going to open this chest because I saw it. Greed. Greed. Okay, the Sandlot's this way, right, chat? From what I remember, yes. Okay, Donald, wow, you did not have to go for the
True, we
throat
don't
like
have
that.
hearts. But we remember what it was like. That's what makes us
Blue
special.
hair?
What do you mean?
We know very well how to injure
He's
a heart.
bisexual, chat.
Sora, you just keep on fighting those heartless.
Let's jump in after him.
Nah, Donald!
But maybe he'll lead us to the organization's world.
Don't be reckless. Do you want to end up like Riku?
What?
Like Riku? Dude, he's got pointy ears. He's like a little elf. Oh my god, he's my everything. Actually, I
Wait.
love him. Oh my god, that's such an Izzy core
What do you
character.
mean,
I
end up
love
like Riku?
guys.
Hey, how about you get out of my town now? You've caused enough trouble.
I should
Riku.
not end.
Come on, guys.
I love guys,
Hold it.
period. No, that's not what I was trying to say. I love guys with blue hair and elf ears.
This goes to the strongest guy in Twilight Town.
Oh, sheesh.
Thanks, but we don't really need it.
Oh, he gives it to Goofy anyways. Damn, he's kind of noble. He's noble as fuck, though. I can fuck with him.
Oh,
Hold on.
Sora!
I have, like, hair in my, like,
Pence,
eye, and I
right?
cannot get
Do
rid
you
of
know a girl named Kyrie?
it. Whoa! That's right!
Sure
Kyrie is
do.
here with
You better
Pluto!
come to the station.
Cypher's trophy. Yippee. Okay, chat, my hair is bothering me. I need to get it out of my face. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. We're balling! Wait, go back. This is not where we need to go. We need to go to the station. My bad. My bad. Here. Yes. Ooh. Touch the book? There was a book?
Hey, so how do you guys know Kyrie?
How do you guys know Kyrie? She just showed up, bro. She's just here.
Kyrie was really here?
Yeah. And she said she was looking for you.
Tell me where she is.
Well...
What a romantic story.
If
She
you
made a
stick around,
friend!
Sora's bound to show up.
Yeah, he said he's coming back.
Okay.
What took you so long, Kyrie?
Not Axel. This bitch.
Somehow, I just knew you'd be here.
I love him though, I'll be so honest.
I tell you, Kyrie, you've got a lot of guts jumping right into the darkness like that.
Why didn't other girl try to do something? Kyrie, just bite him!
Let go of me.
Kyrie, you can bite him! Bite him, Kyrie! Why don't bitches bite? He's got gloves, so?
Kyrie.
Amber alert, please.
You think it might have been Axel?
She
Sorry.
tries to with a nail in the
It's
manga.
not your fault. Come on, cheer up.
I feel like Kyrie.
Like I can even
Kyrie's
say
a fighter,
that.
but why didn't she fight?
I
Oh,
gotta
he's still
help
got the whole
Kyrie.
trophy? Oh. They're fruit gushers.
That was close.
And then Roxas is gonna start crying inside of Sora. Wow, look at them with their little gems. And then Goofy got one too. Up! And now we're Roxas!
Sora, are you okay?
Oh wait, no, we're fine.
What?
No, I know we're Roxas, but like, I know Roxas is inside of us because it's fucking Kingdom Hearts, but like, how are we? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. You know what? I'll figure it out. The power of fruit snack. The power of some fruit gushers when you're hungry. Roxas is inside me? That sounds like something he would say.
What just happened?
Sora was tweaking.
new
Oh, I was
road is
tweaking, my
open.
bad.
And Kyrie and Riku are waiting somewhere along it.
You'd better hurry then.
You coming back?
Promise.
Guys, I haven't had fruit gushers in like probably 10 years. They're so good though. We should have some fruit gushers chat. Access limit form alone with the help of friends far away. What? Y'all, what is limit form?
I passed on the message as you so desired. I told the young Sora to keep defeating the Heartless.
Oh, he does sound like Shadow.
Good.
Dude, I love him. I love him.
Pain. You also have the power to plant seeds of doubt in one's receptive heart.
Okay, elf boy.
Sora will soon begin to doubt himself.
No, he won't.
It will cause him to hesitate. And that hesitation will turn to anger. That anger will fuel him to get rid of his apprehension and move forward. He will pave the way for the future we desire.
Have you met him?
There's something.
He care about Riku, Kairi, and Fruit Gusher.
About Axel, the poor fool. How long will he keep chasing the illusion of friendship when he himself lacks emotion? Trying so hard.
We keep getting better ones. We probably need more ethers. We don't have that much. I can't buy a shit ton of ethers though, which makes me— oh, you know what? We should go here. Okay, I'll take that. A magic boost? Hell yeah. I could buy like 2 of them. I'll buy 2 of them. Oh, Cloud! Cloud, what are you doing here?
Oh,
baby girl! Advent children? Yeah, he looks different. Guys, why are there different clouds? I don't understand it. I know about the—
we settle it. Me and the one who embodies all the darkness in me.
I thought you looked kinda different, Cloud.
Yeah. Just a little
If
bit.
I do, it's his fault.
Whose?
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
Tell me if you see him.
Okay, what's he look like?
Bitch, you know what Sephiroth
Silver
looked
hair.
like.
Carries a long sword.
He's
Sure.
hot. He's hot.
Well,
I'll
be
say
seeing
it.
you,
He's
Cloud.
hot.
Be careful.
Cloud and Sephiroth should kiss at
messes with
least
your head.
once. Just to try it.
Makes you think darkness is the only way.
Is something wrong?
Shut up, Aerith!
It's nothing. I don't want you involved.
I don't want you involved.
You mean you don't want me there when you go away again?
I just... Listen.
Guys, I need to play
even if
those
I go
games.
far away, I'll come back.
I need to
Do
play
you
the Final
mean it?
Fantasy VII remake.
Yeah.
See? You don't look so sure. Well, okay. I understand. Go. Get things settled.
Huh?
No matter how far away you are, once you find your light, I'm sure it will lead you back here again.
Guys, I want Mandy Moore Aerith back now.
I suppose.
So I'll stay here. And I'll cheer for you. Okay, Cloud?
Okay.
He's so pretty. You're right.
Wonder if he'll be okay.
He'll be fine. I'm sure there's some light in him somewhere.
There is.
You're right.
She is as deep as a piece of paper. What? Okay, chap. Be so for real. I know nothing about Final Fantasy. I just know Tifa, Aerith, Cloud, and Sephiroth. Because why wouldn't I? Why does Cloud have, like, different outfit? Why does he outfit change, like, twice? Twice or 3 times? I feel like I know Cloud's... I feel like I know Cloud wearing that outfit more than the other one that we first saw him in. There's a movie? Is Advent Children a movie? It's a movie. That's not real. Chat, maybe we... Should we... Do we have another movie night when I get back? It's also in theaters this month? No? You gotta play the OG 7 first. Oh, okay, never mind then. I will not. I will not. Kingdom Hearts 1 fusing with some emo named Vincent. Oh, okay, never mind. You need to play the game first. Okay, never mind. We will... How about I play the game first, and then we'll watch it eventually. I know there's the remake, chat. So, is the remake just on PlayStation 5, though? I know it's an insanely long game that they... Like, I know with the OG game, they had to split it onto 2 discs. OG first? Why do I have to play the OG before the remake? Is the remake not... Don't need to play OG. I was gonna say, isn't the remake the exact same thing? Remake is more of a retelling than a remake. It changed the story? Oh. Oh. It's not the same game. Got it. It also changed the gameplay. I see. It's really a sequel. Oh. Okay, guys, I feel like we're playing a lot of long games on stream. You know what? We gotta pick one. Do we For a sub goal eventually, do we want Metal Gear first or do we want Final Fantasy VII first? I'll let you guys make a poll, but like we'll get there when we get there. We gotta finish Kingdom Hearts first. I'll pull it in sub goals. I feel like, yeah, those two are the two that I kind of really want to start. I really like 7. Metal Gear, Final Fantasy 7. There's a lot. Listen, you guys can make a poll. Like Kuya said, he'll make a poll in the sub goals ideas. And then you guys can pick whichever one you want first. Because I want to play both games at some point. 2024 is a long game year. I feel like I'm literally living my best life playing games for the first time this year. And you know what? That's cool because I feel like I did not get to play a lot of games as a kid because I was super limited to just like Nintendo consoles. So I played a lot of Sonic. And rhythm games, and I didn't play Mario really ever, sadly. I mean, obviously Sunshine was my first 3D Mario game ever. But I feel like I played a lot of just random ass Wii games, you know? I've also not played Persona 5. Listen, Persona 5 will have to come after Metal Gear or Final Fantasy 7. We have this game to get through. Chat, are we halfway through the game yet? Book guy! Book guy! Book guy! Oh wow. Dude, Magnet's insane. I get it. Man, I really love Magnet. Okay, Magnet, Cure Thunder. I mean, dude, this shit, and Reflect is crazy too. Like, y'all. Are you more interested in release order or timeline order for potential Metal Gear franchise? I feel like I really want to ask my friend Dylan on how to play those games. Dylan and Dawn, because those, I feel like they're big Metal Gear fans, and I want to ask. Oh, I could also just ask Kiki. I feel like Kiki would be a good person to console. Yeah, I was gonna say either Kiki or Dawn. So,
yeah, this is happening.
Prime check.
Just subbed. Prime check.
Prime check. Thank you, Soul. I appreciate it. Whatever Dawn says, in my opinion, I love their Let's Play. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Dawn and Kiki and see what they both say. I just saw my sub expired. Well, thank you so much for the 9 months. Yo, let's go. Oh, I appreciate it. Shout out to the FWAB. The FWAB Metal Gear Solid streams. That's crazy. You know what's so funny? I had like no idea. So when I met Keely, so I met Dawn and Keely at the same time because Dawn just happened to be visiting Keely, and she was saying like, okay, so I knew Jacob before I knew Keely, but Keely and Jacob have known each other for 10 years, and then I met Dawn and Keely at the same time at a Smash tournament, and Keely was like, oh yeah, no, he's a part of FWAB, and I was like, what's that? And she was like, do you not know FWAB? And I was like, I'm sorry, no, I don't know what it is. And then I learned what FWAB was. And honestly, I feel like I would have super been into FWAB if I was like back during the time I was watching the Game Grumps, which would have been like 16, 17. But up to you what you want to play. That's true. It isn't going anymore. No, it's not going anymore because everybody is everywhere now. What happened? Actually, I'm gonna shut up. I don't know if they said anything about why they aren't going anymore, but I'm gonna shut up. If there's no reason for me to spill tea. It's in their story. They have an update post somewhere. Oh, okay, yeah. Basically, I mean, if they already told, that's fine. Basically, just everybody moved everywhere. Like, Dawn moved to here in Colorado. And then I know Dylan stayed. Oh no, Dylan's moving. I lied. I don't know. I don't remember, actually. Just kidding. No, is he? I don't remember. But they're all moving is basically what it is. Like, Dawn is in Colorado. I don't know where Major is. I don't even know where Major lives. Is Dylan in LA now? Oh, that's right. He did move. Okay, no, he did move. Okay, so Dylan is in LA and Kate is in Kansas or something. So essentially what happened was just Dawn and Dylan moved. Kate is ever all at once. Yeah, Kate is omnipotent. Excuse me. Okay. The Dark Realm, where Riku and Kairi are, and the King. That's right, the King is there too. I always love how Donald and Goofy always have to be like, and don't you forget the King. Go see for yourselves. It can't hurt. Dude, Yuffie with her fucking like knee-high Converse is sending me back. Nothing. Just get to the computer room, chat. Anyways, guys, they love Sonic Heroes reference. I mean, Shadow the Hedgehog reference. I cannot speak. Find the computer room, chat. You can always tell when Kate is near because he starts screaming. It's really funny because Kate is really quiet until he speaks. He's not loud in a way that's obnoxious. He just has a loud voice. Like, it's just, his voice is carried well. Kate does not speak from his throat. Kate speaks from his diaphragm all the time. He does have a big voice. I think it's cool. I think his voice is really cool. I saw Cade was playing Persona 3 yesterday, and he did not like it, is what I heard. Fun fact, that's also her Advent Children fit. Is it really? There's no way. That's real? That's canon? What the hell does that mean? Dylan was at Jimsville from Longmont. Okay. Find the computer room, chat. How do I find the computer room? Advent Children is weird. Hello, Merlin. I don't know why, chat, but I thought that was like a really fancy bong. Do not help. Okay, you guys said get to the computer room. How the fuck does a bitch get to the computer room? We should probably be grinding, huh, chat? Okay, how about you literally just stop? by my lightning. Well, Donald, what are you gonna do about it? I want to see Donald. Yeah, okay. Is this the right way? Oh, I was going the right way, Jet.
Excuse me, are you with the Restoration Committee?
Why do I know this voice?
What's Leon's gang up to?
They've got stuff to do over by the castle postern.
More Final Fantasy?
Huh?
Let's report. Our leader, of course.
Yeah, you know.
They said, huh?
Don't mind her. I assure you, we come in peace.
You're kidding.
Problem? Okay, fine. You do the talking.
Oh, she's gone. She is gone.
So sorry about this.
Are they fairies? Oh my god, okay, you guys know, so the girl equivalent of the boy, like, were you a cowboy, samurai, or pirate boy? The girl equivalent was, were you a fairy, mermaid, or princess girly? Which one were you? Fairy, princess, mermaid, Mermaid, easy, dude. I was low-key always in between fairy and mermaid. I was always in between fairy and mermaid because I loved the idea of just having really pretty wings, but also being a mermaid would be so cool. I also like swam all the time as a kid, so I was like, dude, obviously I would be a mermaid. Princess, but in the Daisy type of way, that's fair. That's so fair. I was definitely a, like, do you want to play? I was the kid who would go up to other kids at the pool and be like, do you want to play mermaids? And I had no idea who the fuck they were. Like, I had no idea who this kid was, but I would just go up to them and be like, wanna play mermaids? Is that a fountain? Look at the new what? Items? Oh, wait, are we talking about the new Keyblade? Because didn't I get a Keyblade? Another Keyblade? Or am I insane? No, I'm crazy. Wait, no I didn't. Wait. What? Wait, chat. Do I want this as my main one, or do I want this in my main? Okay. Hero's Crest is still good in Valor. Okay. I mean, I've been using Wisdom a lot, though. Yeah, what's up, Kuya? But yeah, try out limit form real quick.
Let's go.
Wait a second. What does limit form do? Wait, stop. It maybe. It's the Kingdom Hearts 1 outfit. I'm gonna say, wait a second. He's red. What the hell are you? Pot of greed looking ass bitch. I have to see a thing. Skateboard! Can I? You're kidding! No way. This is awesome, chat. No, my skateboard! Fuck yeah. Dude, that was awesome. There's no fucking way, chat. This is insane. I can't believe it just does damage. Oh my fucking god. I made 11 p.m. pancakes. That sounds so good, low-key. Dude, I love pancakes. Guys, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I gotta. Where's my skateboard? This is so funny, chat. No way! This game is crazy! Wow, they took a long time to get here, by the way. Almost bodied this guy with my skateboard. He didn't know. They don't even know what to do. No, they're gonna kill him. Guys, I love this game. That's insane. I love that. I can't believe you could just kill those guys with a skateboard. Oh, a treasure chest. I want that. Okay, but her dress is really slay. Can I say that? The king? He's with Leon. Oh, I'm sorry. But he's with Leon. That's how she talks. Mm-hmm. I'm never gonna get over the skateboard. That's like that's peak gaming right there. That's actually just peak gaming. It doesn't get better from there, actually. Pipe.
Yeah.
Yippee. Alright, well, let's grab this crown real fast. Maybe we'll save. Maybe we'll save as a treat. Actually, this is perfect. I gotta go piss girl. It's time. She's been drinking her water. Tony Hawk Sora edition, actually. Can a Sonic girl and a Sora skater guy... Can a Sonic girl and a Sora boy ever be together? Anyways, I'll be right back, chat. Chad, it took everything in me not to eat more chicken nugget. Anyways. I got distracted by Twitter. I'm gonna be so for real. So I have a friend who's also playing through Kingdom Hearts for the first time. And, people are dogging on him because they're like, I can't believe, oh my god, he's playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time? Oh, we do love a little chicken nugget. People are dogging on him like, oh my god, he's gonna say something bad about Kingdom Hearts, and I'm like, people are weird. Twitter has just gotten really bad, chat. Dude, chicken nugget exists and it's, oh, look at him. Do you see him? Little guy. Dude, I don't know about y'all, but I feel like Twitter is literally just there now for people to get mad. Twitter's never been good, but it's even worse now. Twitter got worse since Elon owned it. Yeah. What happened to the chat? Oh. Huh. I guess it's just an update. Chat dead? Yeah, that was weird. Huh. I found my boyfriend's dad's Twitter and he's a spiteful little man. Oh. See. Are you liking the game? Love this game, by the way. I literally just, dude, I just killed 2 Heartless with my skateboard. That's peak gaming. I've never in my life been like, no, dude. The way I like popped off just now, I literally, oh my god, I texted Joe and I was like, dude, I cannot believe I waited so long to play this damn game. And I keep saying this, but the biggest reason why I even started this game was because my friends Joe and Katie were talking about Kingdom Hearts, and they're like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is peak, and I was like, you know what, I should try it out sometime soon. And here we are. I cried when I first played the intro. Dude, I get it. I so get it. Anyways, let's go back to playing the game. We are going to find the computer room. I'm sorry, I can't be him. I could never be Vector. Chat, I want to do some fucking dumbass collab with J-Eazy so badly. This ditch! Oh, chat, I'm gonna get stuck here, huh? Okay, thank you, Goofy. Oh my god, chat, where the hell even are we? I just want the chest. I feel like we've been here before. What? Thank you, Goofy. He needs oh, okay, thank you. You got it! It's over. Okay, there really is no reason for me to go this way, but I really just wanna... I just want... You know, I'm a little greedy. I'll say it. He's being a little greedy. What does snag mean? Sparkle ray. What the heck? A laser. Stitch has already been. You know where to get out. Where are we? As far as our Alright. We're level 27. Okay. Well, we're getting there very slowly. Stitch was great at sabotaging Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, and Lion King and and Aladdin? That's Ansem?
Gorge, I guess this must be his room.
Master King!
Dude, Ansem is hot every single time.
Hello?
Hey, you.
Ansem more like.
Criminal will result in immediate defensive action.
Who's there?
Donald, get
I am
off.
the Master Control Program. I oversee this system.
Where
Sounds
are
Stitch
you?
to get off, bro. You're
Donald!
I'm sorry!
Decision gate breached. You are now under arrest.
Arrest?
this dumb bitch. Oh, arrest. Uh-oh. Chat, we're gonna explode.
Run!
Oh. Huh? What? Guys, we went inside the computer. This is just like Shadow the Hedgehog.
Go on, show him who's boss.
Oh.
Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
I am Commander Sark.
A heartless commander?
Observe.
Okay, you're the boss. I get it.
Ooh. Why did he move at like 2 frames a second? POV, you are ChatGPT.
Man, what kind of world is this anyway?
I'm so
You're
confused.
inside a mainframe computer system.
A what system?
A computer system for processing data. This system is a copy of one created by a corporation called Encom. The original program was destroyed. But this copy was acquired by another user.
Chat, is this Tron?
The new user updated and customized the programs, renaming the system Hollow Bastion OS.
I don't know
He
anything
used the system for
about
town
Tron
maintenance and to advance his
like
private research.
at all.
My name is Tron. This is the energy
I've
core.
never looked at Tron and went, this is interesting. Find the real parts. What does that even mean, chat? I'm so confused. Among the fake parts. Well, how do I know what's real and what's not? Oh, that one. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. No, no, no. Yeah, I'm so confused. There it is. Oh. Yeah. I'm so confused. What do these clusters do? Alright, well... Yeah. Yeah. Freeze. Oh. Oh. So I did do it right. You just gotta find the red one. Huh. So... yeah, anyways, all I have to say is I feel like I've never... I remember when, like, the live-action Tron movies were coming out, and I looked at that and I said, that looks like the most boring thing I've ever seen, and I never was interested. And the only reason why I am now even remotely interested is because it is in Kingdom Hearts. I remember it, so it must be something. Chat, if I watch Tron High, will that be funny or not? It makes it awesome. Okay, you know what? Shit. I might do that. Your actions are totally illogical. Oh, okay. How many subs to watch Tron High? I'd have to, obviously it would have to be in the sub VC. I mean, well, yeah, because I can't watch a whole movie on stream. I do that shit for free. Want to play Resident Evil? Oh, okay. Is Resident Evil fun? By the way, chat, there's so many games I really want to I just really want to play this year. And I've heard things about it. It has Leon Kennedy. He is fruity. He is a little fruity. Thank you for the lurk. Depends on the game which one. You should make a list. Yeah. No, I have a list. But Resident Evil, I feel like it's like, I'm okay not playing it, but it looks interesting. Four, seven Village and 2 and the 2 and 4 remakes are good. I feel like that was a lot. I have to go here. Pit cell. Where is he? Oh. Where's... What do I have to do here? This? Yes?
So, what did you want us to do?
Find my user. He'll give you the password to access the DTD.
Find his user?
So,
DTD is the name my user gave to the data space. Copies of all the original system programs are stored there, along with anything that's sensitive or restricted.
Is there stuff about the Heartless or Organization 13?
Most likely.
Bro probably does not know. He's just saying
My
shit.
functions were appropriated when I last took on the MCP. That's why I need the password.
He needs the password, chat.
If I can get inside the DTD, I can access my original backup program and restore all my functions. Then I'll be able to put this system back the way it was before the MCP got control and changed everything. The way it was supposed to be. A free system for you, the users.
Gee, Tron, ain't the MCP one of those programs too? Do you know who it was who made it?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay.
He doesn't know.
We'll just have to find your user and ask him. What's his name?
You mean you don't know? My user is the user of this system.
Ansem?
the Wise.
Ansem?
Well, how the fuck do we find Ansem? Why does he kind of have...
MCP's on
Why is he kind of kicked up? Why is Tron kind
I'll
of
keep this
kicked up?
terminal up and running. You better exit the system now.
Sure, but Tron, Ansem is...
Oh my god, Donald butting in as always.
Okay, you're good to go.
Guys, load, like for real, like look at that. Tell me how he's not just a little caked up. Maybe it's the black and the, not the black and the blue, the gray and the blue that's making me, you know what, I just need a picture of him, hold on. Could a computer have an ass? Pretty sure that's what Nier Automata is about. True. Hold on, let me look it up. Tron KH2. Okay, this does not show the cake. Maybe seeing him with the white background, maybe you know what, he doesn't have cake. Actually, just kidding everybody, I lied. She's just a little delulu. There's a world inside the computer where these, programs live and, So in other words, Ansem's research data is off limits until we know the password. I think that's right. But you've already defeated Ansem. He's already dead. We killed him, chat. Well, at least that's what they think. No, listen. Listen, Ansem seems like a guy who would have written it down in like a little journal. Tifa! Oh god, I mean, everybody play it cool. Guys, she just won't give up. We made a promise to Tron. What is Tifa up to? What is Tifa up to? What is she cooking?
Excuse me?
Let her cook, chat. Let her cook. What? Oh. Oh. Respectfully, could you do that to me? I mean, I want to be her so bad. It's like, it's the confusing thing of being a bisexual of like, do I want to be her or do I want her? Guys, I think I need to play Final Fantasy VII. I'm fine, I'm good, I'm fine. The bisexual panic is insane right now. Holy shit, dude. Handsome and
What's
Tifa.
this doodle?
Do you think someone's written a fanfiction between Tifa and Ansem?
Looks like a diagram or something.
Yes, probably. What? I wouldn't be surprised.
D. T. D.
D.
Door to darkness.
What's up?
Look at this. This must be the data space. The DTD. See? The door to darkness.
Why is bro writing on the walls?
What do you know? But that still leaves the password.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention
Mickey Mouse jump scare!
darkness?
Why is he look so? He's like,
Your Majesty.
yo, shh. Oh my god, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse jump scare. Oh, this is the first time they have like been able to just like make sure he's good. I just realized that.
Long time no see.
Shh. The organization might be listening.
How? Dude, he's
in the door to darkness?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
You see,
This
we're
is
looking
happening.
for the secret password.
Just sub.
Password?
Izzy go piss girl.
I say thank you so much for the 5
Guess you mean
months.
like a code.
Thank
Well,
you, thank
the
you.
door
Oh
to
my goodness, I'm
darkness
sorry.
can
I'm
only
trying to
be
watch
opened
this
by the
cutscene.
7 princesses. There's
What?
Snow White, Jasmine, and Belle.
Of course.
I want, dude. I also
What are you
love
trying to
Leon.
do?
With that password, we can get access to Ansem's research data.
So that means you might be able to find out where he is.
Stop joking around, Your Majesty. We already defeated Ansem. You know that.
Uh-oh. He's like, hate to be the
Looks like
bringer
I've
of,
got a lot of explaining to do.
the bearer of bad news.
Okay, but first I've got a question.
Hey, isn't Tron waiting for you guys?
Oh my god, do not, I need to know.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. If those Heartless attack, I'll stand and fight with everybody here.
Oh, okay, we're good,
Yeah,
never mind.
We will too.
Then let's talk more later.
That's a promise.
I'll see you when you get back.
Oh, one more thing. Let me give your clothes new power. Consider it a thank you present. Master form? Guys, motorcycle.
Well, I didn't touch nothing.
Welcome to the game grid.
Game grid?
That's right. You've been chosen to play a few games. Lose and you will be subject to immediate de-resolution. Win? Well... no one wins.
You're not gonna play your games.
You have no choice.
Well then, get on with it.
Chat, I'm so tempted to do something right now. I'm so tempted to do something right now. Okay, you guys can't hear me, but I had to get into I'm locked in, chat. I gotta lock in. But can you see? I can see. We can hear? Well, that's because I'm... Can you hear me like this? Can you guys... Can you hear me, chat? Yeah? I sound super muffled, huh? My head looks so big. Okay, I'm gonna play the video game now. Guard with B. Charge with X. Attack. Left and right. Light. Wait. I'll figure it out. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Uh-huh. What the heck? Oh.
All right. It looks like we can escape through there.
What, are you for real? Oh, what? I'm going, I promise. I'm going left. I'm going right. I'm going. Help. Oh my god, chat. Ugh. Please stop. Oh my god. Well, okay. I have to explain. I have to explain. Hi, Joe. Go ahead. Well, I had to lock in. And this was the only thing I had to lock in. Anyways, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Hello. Okay, dude, I'm literally about to die. I'm about to die, chat. Ah! No! Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. Continue. Wait, I have to do it all again? No way. Oh my god, chat.
Okay.
Yippee cutscene. Okay. Is attack, B is a guard. Okay, we got this. We can do this. Well, we did that a lot faster. What's in this Kingdom Hearts? Yes. Yes. Oh my god, there's so much happening. Yippee, chat! Ugh.
Tron!
I don't understand.
We locked
Why
in.
are you here?
We came to give you the
I want
password.
to let you guys know I
Why
could
didn't
not
you
read.
just transmit the data?
Transmit?
Oh, he's dead. Oh
Hey,
no, chat, he's not
okay?
good.
I'll be all right once we access the DTD.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Okay, let me save really quick. Okay, sorry. I needed to. It was so funny. I could not read chat the entire time. I just saw that Joe raided. Also, hi again, raiders. My name's Izzy. I had to lock in because I was obviously playing Tron. So I need my silly little motorcycle helmet. Tron said this could have been an email. You didn't update your NVIDIA driver, Sora? Dude, I do not want to talk about how long I forgot to update my drivers. It was embarrassing. That's not what I wanted. I mean, I recently just like... Oh, guys, you know what I just did not do? I'll take your ether. Oh. That's it. Oh. Okay. Wait. No, go to abilities? Wait. Oh. Are you serious? We do not have the same kind of ADHD. What do you mean? Go through every notification, every single one? And for what? What? Yeah, it's under my skin when I see it on my phone. Yeah. It's a something. See, here's the thing. Chat, I'm actually really good at responding to my... That's a lie. I'm not good at responding to messages. If you've ever worked with me in some way, shape, or form, I have left you hanging for probably at least a day. Yoshi, Sonic, and Kiki know. They probably hate me. Yeah. It could be worse. So here's the thing. So my text messages, it's not even the fact that, because watch this, if I open this single group chat right here, right now, it is down to 17. Most of those messages were from a single group chat. See, now look, chat. So I'm really good at like keeping up with them. There is like maybe one or two others. Like there's a couple of people that I am waiting to respond to until after I stream. But oh, I've muted this chat. Do not worry. I still get notifications for it though. When it comes to Discord messages, it's the same thing. It's usually a group chat that is making my notifications look super inflated. I'm really good at clearing out my email every single day, as well as most of my messages, but there's some messages, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like when I have ADHD moments, I have to like mentally prepare myself to respond to people. So it kind of takes me a second to like respond, which is strange, but I'm pretty good at like getting back to people within a certain amount of time. What happens is sometimes I think that I've seen a message or I've responded to a message, but I actually only saw the message and didn't respond. So a lot of the time I'll leave people hanging for like a few days because I totally forgot that I didn't respond. There's times where I've just read a message. I am that person. I am the guy who will respond in 1 to 2 business days. It kind of sucks, but there's times where I just need to, I have to like build up the mental energy to respond to people. Because a lot of the time when I'm whenever I'm messaging people, it's usually related to work in some way, shape, or form, whether it be like content creation, working for somebody else, and it's kind of a lot of mental energy for me, so it takes me a while to respond, and so it kind of sucks, but I'm trying to get better at it. But also having ADHD means like I'll see a message, I'll be like, oh, I'll respond later, and then I just don't. And I go, oh, that's right, my friend messaged me. And then I look at it and I'm like, I'll respond to this later, and then the cycle repeats. So it used to drive me insane how many messages, like if I had a single like message on my phone, I'd be like, oh, I have to read and respond to it when I was younger. But now that I'm an adult, I'm like, sometimes this is too much. Sometimes too many people want my attention at the same time, and I just cannot respond right now. I need to go play Fortnite or something else, you know? There's sometimes that just happens. I see a lot of notifications while at work in the middle of a rush and forget about them, so they pile up like crazy. That's what happens to me when I stream. So I usually check my phone. Like, I think the first thing I do whenever I'm done with my stream is I check my phone to see if I missed anything from somebody, if they needed anything from me, what friends are messaging me. Usually at the end of stream, people are like, do you want to play Fortnite? But yeah, I do get low-key super overwhelmed at the amount of times people just want or need my attention. So I will just put my phone down and let the notifications pile up, and then I will get to it when I can. Because unless it's like super important. That's what I was looking for. Nope, we don't have anything yet. Okay. Is this world kind of a long world, chat? Be real with me. No? Okay. I got bigger problems like figuring out taxes. Oh my god. Giving Cyber Chase. I loved Cyber Chase, which is really funny because I was just bad at math. Oh, they don't know the password. Belle, Snow White, Aurora, Alice, Jasmine, Cinderella. How does he know how to spell all that? Kyrie. Kyrie, got it. No way that was a fucking password. You're fucking... Whatever. Please enjoy a game. Oh. Not another game. Uh-oh, chat. This isn't a game. Stay focused. Heartless! Dude has a bunch of girls as his password. Kinda sus. No numbers in that password? Weak ass shit. No, you're so real for that. Alright, I'm gonna just grab all these orbs really fast. Why can't I freeze right now? Oh, I have to freeze that one. Alright, buddy, I get it. We're freezing him, we're freezing him. We did it! What do you mean wisdom will level up hilariously fast? What, Vic?
I'm as good
Kyrie
as
was
new.
spelled with a 1
All my
at the end.
functions have been restored.
Yo, he's back? Guys, he's so back.
Finally, I have full access to the DTD.
Guys, we got
My
bamboozled.
takeover of the system is now complete. I might have anticipated such a simple password.
No, you're stupid.
What's this? An emergency destruct program for the town. Let's see how it performs.
No!
Oh? Tron wins?
Program, you changed the password.
There, that should buy us some time.
Tron, tell us what's going on.
The MCP's loading a hostile program into the I.O. tower.
What do we do?
We've got to
Chat,
protect the user
I know
tower.
computers and I don't know what the hell he's saying.
Let's head to the tower.
Tron learned a new ability. Oh. Oh. Wait. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll take those. Okay. Sora's just as lost as you. Yeah. Roby's saying shit, and I'm just like, yeah! Love that for you, bestie. What a setup you made. Oh my god, chat. This is so funny. Wait, that's kind of crazy, by the way. The power of computer. That's kind of a crazy limit. Another AP boost. You know what? I'll take it. Let's see. We have once more. Drive boost. Shit. I think we want that. What do you guys think? Yeah. I kind of like that one. Do we go in there, chat, or do we go this way? Oh shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa. Alright, dude.
Running executable.
We're gonna do it again. Watch me do it again. Watch me do it again.
Access approved.
That's insane, chat. Well, that was cool. We should try. Whoa. No, we're right. Should we do limited form or master form next? Limit? Okay. Wait, am I going the right way? The I.O. tower. Chat, am I going the right way or should I have gone the other way? Yes, okay. Ooh, treasure chests. Greed. I love being a little greedy. I think there's gonna be trouble inside too. Well, I'm going to grab chests really quick. I do think Sora looks kind of cool though, I'll say it.
There.
Actually, maybe not his picture. Gaia belt. Ooh. I just want to jump in it. I want to know if it did anything. No. Wait. Do I go back out? I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm confused. Oh yeah, you leave the room. Okay. I like looked at the journal and I was like, what? Ooh, boss fight. Limit form.
I'm disappointed in you, program. Why do you insist on allying with these selfish users?
Because I want to help them. Something written into my code commands me to do what is right.
Good for him.
Really? And what command would that be?
I can't really say for sure.
Friends, they help each other, that's all.
Yippee!
Look out!
He made friends, chat! This looks like not a fun guy. Oh my god. Well, you guys said we should do limit form. What does this do, chat? What does it do? What does limit form do? Go to the limit menu. What? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit. Oh, I'm so mad. That was cool though. Okay, I get it now. I get it now. Okay, hold on. I'm really quickly gonna use an ether. I wonder if... Yeah, that sucks. Okay, you know what?
This is it.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Running executable.
Okay, hold up, hold on, hold on. We're cooking, we're cooking.
Access approved.
Actually, we have not seen Teamwork with Goofy yet.
This is it.
He's doing an insane amount of damage though, is all I gotta say. Oh my god,
Emergency.
Take this.
Okay, okay. Go, Sora. Okay, hold on. I really, 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 really want to use reflect on this guy. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay. No, that works.
Running executable. Access approved.
Okay.
It's over.
Have I not got enough clusters yet? Oh, we'll freeze them now.
Back off. It's over. Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Back off.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Shit. You know what? It's time to drive. You know what? I think it's looking for him. You know what? Let's magnet him. And you know what? I really want to just. Wait, hold on. Shit.
Yeah. Take this.
Oh my god, almost there. Freezing his ass.
Back off.
Okay, go.
Yeah. It's over. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Take this.
Oh my god. God, he's almost dead. He's almost dead, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, he's so annoying. I literally can't even. Oh, fuck it. There, bitch. Ugh.
Yeah.
There we go. Man, he's annoying. Is he what?
Back off.
You're a thunder girly. I know, but I wanted to reflect so bad. And it wasn't working as well as I thought it would. You know what, fair? I was really just trying to see how reflect would work on him, but yeah. I used like thunder on him like twice.
I really owe you one. With all my functions up and running, I think I've got a chance of getting system control away from the MCP. Now, I'd better get to work.
You've got this, Tron. Yeah,
what
no,
my
he's
user
not
would
caked
want.
up. I lied.
What Ansem would want. Listen, Tron. We didn't get the password from Ansem. We just sort of found it, back in the user world, by accident. And one more thing, Ansem, he
Don't
was
tell
our
him.
enemy. I mean, he still is, I guess.
Well, actually,
Well,
he's my enemy too.
Oh! He said what? He said, well,
Ansem
actually.
took Encom's original system and customized it for his own use. I was part of the original system, and Ansem modified me too.
Girl.
So that makes him my user. But Ansem is also the one who brought back the MCP. The Ansem I first knew wouldn't do that.
He got
I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
He got
That's okay,
consumed
but
by the darkness,
now
chat.
I really don't get it.
I don't understand it either. But I think users like you are going to be the ones who will finally figure it out. You have the ability to take illogical routes and still arrive at the answers you seek.
Good for us.
Now go, before the MCP starts acting up again.
Ansem is a geek. He really is, huh? Alright, well, it's time for us to get out of here, I guess. I just don't want to go. Good night, Ultra Yoshi! Is it literally just gonna tell me, return to Hollow Bastion? Alright, buddy. Well, that was a, world. Oh. Oh, I just go through here. Okay, I'm stupid. The computer. Wait, do I not just go here? No? I go through the computer? Oh, okay. Yep. I don't know why I decided that I have to run all the way back.
Any data you need from the DTD can be accessed directly through my user's terminal. I'll keep a dedicated access channel open for you. I changed the
Thank you,
password,
Tron.
so you
What a
don't have to worry
homie.
about the MCP for a while.
Access channel?
I knew you'd ask. It's a very important link between our worlds. It's how we stay connected.
Yippee!
My friends.
Guys, he made friends!
Thanks, Tron. Take care.
Okay, I'm a big fan of
You
Tron.
too.
I love
Give
him.
my best to the users.
He's so kind. Honestly, what a kind, I wouldn't say soul, but computer program. Tron really is a bro. Big fan.
Well, that's
Look
that.
at him!
Look.
Tron,
That's so
hang in there.
cute! Oh,
So, where do we start?
I know. Let's access the DTD.
that's so cute. I love that.
The
Oh,
king's checking the situation in town.
I was
He'll
like,
be
this
back
is such
soon,
a
so don't
weird
worry.
area.
Hey, look. It's asking for a
But
password.
it was the friend we made along the
That's
way.
easy. It's
Sora!
Donald!
Goofy.
That's to the point.
Well,
That did it. We're in.
Guys, we're in.
I have to go into town. Need to see what that last shakeup did.
you're not gonna check out the data? It wasn't exactly easy to get.
I'm coming right back. Hey,
Sora.
Why don't you get started unloading the data and copying it down?
I was gonna say, is Sora gonna be a...
It's just a few keystrokes. Easy, right?
Oh, Sora is not very knowledgeable, is he? Oh.
Can you walk?
Sora does not know.
Hey, these things take time, okay?
Oh no, he doesn't know, chat. Sora
Whoa,
looks at the keyboard
it's
when he
doing
types.
something.
I think it wants to know what we want to know.
Riku and Kairi. No way. Even Ansem's computer doesn't know.
Oh no. Wait.
What you doing?
I thought I'd ask the computer if it can tell us about them nobodies.
I was gonna say, watch Goofy literally be so good at the computer.
What's this?
The data is corrupt.
What?
How
Oh.
about the organization? There.
Oh, there.
The data is corrupt.
Stupid
Oh.
computer.
Sora!
Sora!
Who's this guy?
Well, I see you got things working.
Oh, Your Majesty.
I forgot Mickey was here.
Stupid.
Good going. The computer should tell us the things we need to know.
Who is this guy?
It keeps on
And why does he
saying
look
the
like
data
Ed and Al's
inside's
father
all
from
for
Full Metal
scuffle.
Alchemist Brotherhood?
All we got is a picture of some guy we don't know.
And Ansem the Wise.
Come
What? He's
on,
like
are you
Gandalf?
teasing us again?
Did you forget what Ansem looked like, Your Majesty?
Of course I do, and this is him. I'm positive.
Huh?
Excuse me, could you come this way, please?
Does he got different forms like Gandalf?
Look, this is Ansem. You know, the guy we all worked really hard to defeat.
Oh, that's right. I never finished explaining.
What?
Well, the man in the picture is definitely the one who tried to take over Kingdom Hearts. The one you fellas defeated. But what you actually fought was his Heartless. You see, he wasn't really Ansem. He
What?
just went around telling everybody that he was.
I was gonna say, they whitewashed Ansem in that photo. They took away his melanin.
You mean...
So...
What? We went through all that trouble to defeat an imposter?
We defeated a not
fake,
real
but he still
Ansem.
had to be stopped.
I can't believe it.
Oh, I'm kind of
That kind of makes sense, because I was like, why is there
a fake, then what happened to the real Ansem?
Well, that's just what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, no, that
Ansem
checks
the
out.
Wise should know all about Organization 13's plans and what's been happening to the worlds.
Wait, but there's two Ansems, though.
I'm pretty sure he'll give us some help.
What do you mean there's Ansem the
You know,
Wise?
I came close to finding him once.
Is Ansem the Wise just
Don't tell me
Ansem?
there's more. I'm lost enough as it is.
Hello, Dawn.
Well, let's see.
How are
Some
you?
feller named Ansem, who wasn't really Ansem, became a Heartless.
Yes.
Does that mean a nobody got created when that happened too?
What?
Yup.
What?
And that nobody is the leader of the organization.
There's three Ansem?
I know I've met this fake Ansem before, and I've seen the leader of Organization 13 too. Kind of felt like being around the same fella.
So, where did you meet this guy?
Gosh,
Oh,
I can't remember.
Mickey, you're not helping. Mickey,
Ansem
please.
the Wise, the real Ansem, must know the imposter's true identity. That's why I've got to find him and ask him about it.
So is Ansem the Wise the be-all, end-all Ansem?
You started all of this. Because of you, Riku and Kairi. Oh, Your Majesty, do you know where Riku is?
I'm so confused.
He's
He's
I'm
not dead.
sorry.
No, don't say
I
it.
can't help.
What? What do you mean you can't help?
Really, Your Majesty? Are you sure?
I'm sorry, Sora.
What the hell?
What about Kairi? Organization 13 might have kidnapped her.
Oh no!
Oh, so you give a shit about Kairi?
Sora, Donald, Goofy. I was planning to go get help from Ansem the Wise, but now I know I forgot the most important thing.
Lunch.
Helping others should always come before asking others for help. We're safe and sound and free to choose. So there's no reason
Thank
we
you,
shouldn't
Mickey.
choose to help our friends. Let's look for Riku and Kairi together.
You know what? What a baller.
Outside!
Sounds like we gotta start by helping out here.
Okay. Okay, I just need to make sure I process the information. Oh my god. Okay. Ansem the Wise is the guy who looks like the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood dad. Ansem Seeker of Darkness is the guy from 1. Okay. So there's real Ansem, He's real Ansem, and then he branched off into Seeker of Dark Ansem. Because that makes sense, because... Wait, but the fuck? Did he clone himself? And then the guy from Kingdom Hearts 1 took Ansem's name. Okay, Ansem the Wise is entirely different. Okay, Ansem the Wise is a separate entity. There's Ansem the Wise, the guy from the portrait, the guy in... Wait. What? The guy in the portrait got split into his heartless... The guy in the portrait got split into his heartless and nobody... Wait, and nobody. The heartless also naming himself Ansem. I was gonna say, okay, so the guy in the portrait got split into two. Am I right? Yes. Okay, guy in portrait got split into two. How? I don't know, but he did. And then we had two, so this Ansem went into two different Ansems. Pointy elf ear Ansem became Dark Ansem, which we saw. Or, Heartless Ansem, hold on. Okay, he became Dark Heartless Ansem in one. And then we have Nobody Ansem, who is the leader of Organization 13. Am I correct? Okay. Okay. So he just had, I assume, a little... I assume Elfier Ansem had a little experiment and it kind of went a little wrong. It all makes sense and isn't complicated at all. Oh my god, Em. Hi, Em. Thank you. Okay. Okay. And then there's the blonde old man Ansem the Wise. Are they brothers? Are they related? Are they twins? I guess I'll find that out. That gets answered. Okay, okay. I will find out. Man, this is crazy. This is Em, have you played all of these games? I can't believe my brain be hurting. Anyways, mods, can I please get a shout out for Emerald? By the way, if you guys don't already know Emerald, Emerald is a Sonic Adventure 2 speedrunner who also does a bunch of other speedruns. Right now, I've been seeing him do a lot of Mario 64 speedruns and occasionally the Frontier speedrun. Sonic Frontiers, that is. So if you guys really like silly little speedruns, that's your guy. I'm gonna be so for real, chat. Emerald is the only streamer I watch, actually. Like, as a streamer, I don't watch other streamers that often, but Emerald is the only one I sit my ass down to and watch. Part of it is like I do really like speedruns, and M is cool, so it's just nice. It's a good vibe there. Anyways, no, you're so sweet. Thank you, M. I'm not even gonna lie. Half the time when I'm getting ready for my own stream, M, you're streaming. So I put on my makeup while I watch your streams. I'm not even kidding. So half the time I can't even see what's going on in the chat because I don't have my glasses on.
Just subbed.
Thank you, Yoshi Sonic. I appreciate it so very much. I hate M so much, I'm gonna give him a sub. Oh my goodness. All right, I feel like I gotta save, girl. We gotta save. Also want to find Cloud again. Let's save. Hold up. Let me pause. This next part is super long. How long? Like, should we save it for tomorrow long? It's not that long. Are you tired at all? Shockingly, no. So, how about we just do it? It's not that long. Okay, you know what? Then we're good. I think we can keep going. It's not too bad. Okay. Whoa, chat. They're fighting each other?
Hear me, my
The Heartless and the Nobodies.
Sweep them away.
Huh.
What are you nuts? We're never gonna win. I don't know about you, but I'm out of here, sister.
You pathetic
We got a war going on. So we've been having two things going on in the background, right, chat? We've got the Heartless.
Leave the white ones. Turn your attention to Sora and his friends. Uh-oh.
So we've got the Heartless that want to turn the world into darkness. And then we've got the Nobodies who have some weird big evil master plan. You know what? We're gonna do this with a magnet. We're gonna thunder. We love a thunder moment. Dude. Okay, what is your problem? Maybe you should get away from me. You know what? Fuck it.
Give me strength. Give me strength.
This is so cool, chat. That is so cool, chat. You literally just get your abilities. While you move, hit
Where's
X.
Maleficent?
Looks like she ran away.
Well, that was pretty lame of her.
I guess we picked the wrong side.
The dogs are barking. Ah!
If you're gonna... I mean, minus 58 respect points for her. And I relaying this out, so I figured she'd be okay to check
They're... Cheese man.
Hey, if you're looking to pick sides, why don't you pick Leon's? They can always use help.
Does this Leon have any treasure?
No way.
Yeah, lots of stuff.
Hey, if you're trying to get down.
Come on.
Who are you?
Oh, we're nothing worth mentioning.
Just 3 treasure fanatics.
Later, taters!
Did Leon really have any treasure?
Good boy! There you go.
We don't have time for you.
Sorry, chat. Ziggy needed to... I'm training I'm training Ziggy to use his stairs. Sephiroth! Please play One Wing Angel. Oh my god, he's so hot. Why is he so slay? Oh my god.
Ain't Sephiroth the
Please.
one who's supposed to be
Oh my
part
god.
of Cloud's heart?
Did Cloud tell you that? Then he must understand now.
Just what are you gonna do to
Man,
him?
what is keeping you from having your
Nothing.
hair like that?
Cloud is the one who hungers for darkness.
He said he's got a score to settle with you.
I see. He wants to meet me again.
Oh my
then I
god.
should give him what he wants.
He's just out here.
That last bit of light is always the hardest. to snuff out.
Oh my god, what? How does he even fit in here? What the heck? It really is just a Final Fantasy world, huh? Oh my god. We just oh, Sephiroth! I'm gonna be so real, I didn't fully pay attention to those cutscenes outside of Sephiroth, which I feel like is the only thing that really mattered. Because Ziggy was trying to jump off the bed again, and I got him stairs. So he just needs to start using his stairs. I was trying to make sure he did not jump off the bed again. He killed some nobodies. Ziggy camped. I know. We really got Ziggy stairs, and he said, "Oh, guys, we're at." Guys, we could go to Atlantica again. So we go in here.
Yeah.
Wrong way. What do you mean wrong way? What do you mean, Izzy? No. What? What? Is this post-game stuff? Oh. Okay, we're going back.
We'll help.
Sora, behind you.
She literally did nothing. These are new guys. Why do the nobodies look so insanely like, why are they snatched all the time on time? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, they won't let me land. Still on me, bro.
Gather.
I don't like this.
Gather.
Oh my god, please.
Gather. Light. Light.
You know what? I'm gonna do live.
Back off. Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Ha. It's over. Back off.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh my god. They will not leave me alone. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god, oh my god. Damn, I'm getting my ass beat. Oh my god, Donald, I need help. Thank you. Oh my god, Donald. I'm gonna use Valor.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, what am I doing? Why can't I do anything? It's because I'm in fucking limit.
Dark memories. Do you think you can erase your past?
Shut up!
Face it. You turn your back on the present and live in the past.
Guys, these games are gonna make me want to play.
Because the light of the present is too much.
Final Fantasy VII.
You don't know me!
Cloud!
Earth, shut up.
I know. Because I am you.
What? Excuse me?
Cloud! Wait! Huh?
Oh, that's not Aerith, that's Tifa. Tifa! Oh! I'm gay. Holy shit.
Leon, everybody, hang in there.
Oh my god, I can't even, I have no words. I'm literally Mickey Mouse!
You've got to go find Riku and Kairi.
Dude, I literally feel like every single time Mickey Mouse
Don't worry, there's already lots of help here. We'll take care of this fight.
shows up, it's a jump scare.
I promised Leon.
Donald, Goofy, take Sora and get going.
Riku, Kairi, give me a little time, okay?
What?
Your Majesty!
We understand. We'll go search for Riku and Kairi.
Right. Watch for danger.
You be careful too.
Wait, you guys.
Sora, do as you're told.
You're coming with us whether you want to or not.
Come on, Sora. You gotta be good.
They're scheming.
Well then, skedaddle.
Let's go.
Whoa!
Mickey's like, I've been bamboozled.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Hope you can forgive us.
Dude, gang. Actually. I love them. Guys, I love this game series. Like, I love it. I did not think I would love it, but I am so into it, and I love it, and I love them. This is... Hello? GameCube disc. Uh-huh. Not me looking at my OBS to watch this. I don't even know why. It's right here in front of my eyes. It's actually just... It's Ansem 3.0. Bro is pirating PSP games. He would. Huh? Mad foreshadowing. Okay. Why does it look like we're in like a hangar? It looks like we're in a hangar of some sort. Oh. The cutest Space Mountain, by the way. That's what this looks like. And this is just Space Mountain. He's just walking, chat. This won't make sense. Chat, am I gonna pop off later? And I'm gonna be like, this makes sense? It'll make sense soon? Okay. This is crazy, by the way.
Master Ansem, regarding the
okay.
experiment I presented the other day, with your permission, I'd like to proceed.
I forbid it! Forget this talk of doors and the heart of all worlds. That place must not be defiled.
But Master Ansem, I've been thinking...
Xehanort.
Xehanort!
Those thoughts are best forgotten.
Why does that sound more like Diz than Ansem? I'm still trying to figure out who the fuck Diz even is. Just remember that. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's sitting on his little throne. Chains and memories?
It has been far too long.
What the fuck?
Friend.
This looks like that. This looks like Link from Twilight Princess. I can't think of the name of the Link. The Link that you learn from. Oh yeah, Persona 3, Yowie boy, basement dweller.
Zexion! Zexion!
Oh, that's his name.
Right here. What is it?
I remember that guy.
Where
His
is
name is
Lord
Vexen.
Semnis?
His usual spot?
Sobe Lizard.
The Chamber of Repose?
Yes. Go and see for yourself.
I thought he was dead.
That isn't funny! I suppose I have no choice but to wait.
I thought you're dead.
The clock is ticking. Time is running out. What to do? Why is he never around when I need him? It's almost as if he knows I'm looking for him.
You know, I don't like that place either. What about you, Zexion? What do you think?
I think eavesdropping is intrusive. Why are you even here?
I think
and
eavesdropping
Zaldin were tasked
is
to recruit
intrusive.
new members. Have you forgotten, or were you procrastinating?
I love talking like
As
an
if.
edgy anime
I'm
boy.
doing my job. I'll have you know, I found one just yesterday. Mar something. That puts the organization's count at 11. And since I've been working so
we didn't
hard,
have
I had
13.
Lexius take my place for the day. I want to rest up for tomorrow, so I can wake up feeling nice and refreshed.
Who's Lexius? Is that the straight man?
Is that so? Well then, I will leave you to it. I have work to catch up on. Good day.
Oh, don't be like that. Come on, stay and talk. Isn't it time you told me about Xemnas' secret? How long ago was it? When a bunch of warriors wielding key-shaped swords appeared and unleashed a spectacular battle. And when it was all over, all that was left was a man lying unconscious without his memories. Xemnas, Xehanort, was found by Ansem right around then, wasn't he?
Your
Xehanort.
point?
The Chamber
Guys,
of Repose.
they got too many X names,
If
please.
you recall, that's where we spent our time researching the darkness that resides within people's hearts. It's a graveyard that was sealed by order of Ansem the Wise. The first thing Xemnas did once he got rid of him was to undo the seal and build a room in the back. Ever since then, he holds himself up in that room when he can, and he talks to someone.
His friend.
But who? For all I know, he's the only one in that room.
Need I
He's actually
repeat
just
myself
talking
about
to himself.
eavesdropping?
I do that.
Not eavesdropping. Couldn't hear what they were saying. Dying to find out what it was, though. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you?
I know I would very much like to focus on my own duties. As you should with yours. For we need to prepare the new facility immediately. But there are only 11 of us in the organization. We're going to need a few more hands on deck.
What new facility?
Also, thank you for the follow. And what do you mean
Oh, you
there's
mean
more?
Castle
There's
Oblivion.
reasons.
What does Xemnas plan on doing with that place, anyway?
What do you mean there's reasons? They have
He
X's in their
already shared his
names.
intentions with us.
But did you know there's something he didn't share? The Chamber of Repose is part of a pair. The Chamber of Waking is the other. Another graveyard, if you want to call it that. It was constructed by someone other than Xemnas himself. And that's where he'll find it. That's where he'll find his other friend.
Wow, okay. Wow, okay. That was a lot, actually. Oh! Him again! Guitar Boy!
Hey, you guys are looking lively.
Didn't we catch you messing around in the underworld? How'd a wimp like you get into Organization 13? I bet you can't even fight.
Yeah, but we can.
You shouldn't judge anyone by appearance.
I love him, actually. I love him. He's a little shit, but I love him.
Oh, I told them they were sending the wrong guy.
Who is this kook?
Remember, the
He's so
organization's
mean!
nobodies.
Right. No hearts. Oh, we do too have hearts. Don't be mad.
You can't trick us.
Silence, traitor.
Traitor? Why don't you just call us that? Oh no, chat. I'm missing something now, huh? Oh, I love Guitar Boy.
Dance, water, dance!
Dance, water, dance! 50 forms in 40 seconds! What are you talking about? Are you kidding? I'm good. Actually, you know what? Watch. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Why can't I? Hold on. You know what? Wild dance. I don't even know what that means. Chat, we are not gonna, we are not having time. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Shit, I want this. Trinity! What does this even mean? What does this even mean, chat?
Give me strength!
That pauses the time! That pauses the time! Oh, chat, we did not get it. Oh, you're fucking kidding. I know I didn't have enough drive. I was really one single one. We have to do all of that over again.
Dance, water, dance!
Whoa! It skips everything! It skipped everything! What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? A fucking wild dance, bitch. I can't believe that fucking happened, chat. What does that even do?
Water!
So we have to do that first, and then we have the whole fight immediately afterwards? Oh shit. I like it? Oh my god, he's such an annoying little bitch. I need reflect so bad.
Yeah, water!
I want to reflect so bad. Oh my god, you know what? We should be. Are you fucking for real? Oh my god. You know what? We should.
This is it!
Oh. Thank you, thank you. Hold on. Master form. What does that mean? What does that mean? Chat, what does this mean? I gotta reflect. I gotta reflect.
Dance, water, dance! Take this! Oh, get back off! It's over!
oh my god.
Like it?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Like it? Like it?
Yeah.
Like it?
Real.
Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. What do I do? What do I do?
Like it?
Come on, keep to the beat. Yeah.
Oh my god, no, I need, fuck. There we go. Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. Ah! That was rough, man.
Oh, no way!
Oh my god, he's dead. Oh my god, he's dead.
Anyone from the organization who'd like to be next?
Oh, I love that he's red. I love that he's red.
Yeah, we gotta go help our friends out first.
So true.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Aha! There you are.
Why would they kill him like that? I liked him. You're not, wait, what? Oh, he's mad at them.
You sure have lots of friends to help.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
So, I guess we better all pull together and finish this battle for good.
Yes, Your Majesty. Look out! Wow!
Goofy!
No! Oh my god, is he dead?
You're the king's captain. You gotta get up.
Come on, wake up!
I'm sorry about the ice cream.
Goofy?
Goofy.
Guys, I'm gonna cry.
This is not happening. It can't be happening. It can't.
Oh my god, he's dead, chat.
They'll pay for this.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Guys! I'm gonna cry. Is he dead? Is he real? Damn, Leon just got a big ass sword. This is so cool. Guys, I have been, dude, this is peak. Wow, I feel like this is insane. This is crazy. Yes, Tifa! Queen! Dude, this shit's so cool. Oh my god, I love her, I love her, I love her, I love her. This is insane. Oh my god, this game just continues to surprise me every single time. Every single time. I love my silly little Final Fantasy characters in this game, by the way. They're so awesome. Alright. It's time to reflect. Dude, this sparkle ray is crazy. Alright, Cloud, I'm gonna let you take care of all that. Just kidding, everybody. Oh, right, my silly little sparkle ray. Oh my god. Thank you, Cloud. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
Dude, this game.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm
but...
fighting demons. I'm literally so sad because of Goofy. Don't do me like this, Donald.
Hey, fellas!
Excuse me, bitch?
Goofy.
You're fine?
You know, that really hurt.
Oh my god.
Goofy.
Of course, Your Majesty. I get bumped on the head all the time.
I can't with this game. I can't with this game. I can't with this game. Me too, Donald. I would do this. This game throws me for so much. It puts me through so many emotions at once. Like, I'm like, this is hype as fuck. I'm so sad Goofy is dead. To this game is hype as fuck. Goofy is dead. He's back. Ooh. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. We're so good. Oh my god. Goofy, I can't be this little bitch. Alright. We're gonna give you this. We're gonna give you this. You get to have this one. And I'm pretty sure Donald has something of yours right now. I'm gonna give that to Goofy again. Yeah, this is yeah. Goofy, you get to have another one of these. He just has a bunch of like insanely good here, let me see, what is this? So increases maximum AP, extremely increases maximum AP. Defense. Yeah, I love how I just have so much defense on. Oh, hold on. I think we have another AP. No, we do not. We just have magic. Okay. Dude, this game. They killed him for 5 minutes. I know. Oh, Winnie the Pooh chat. Man, I feel like I now understand why people are so fucking hype about this game. I'm just like, dude, this game is so cute. I love it. And now I understand. I understand why y'all are so hype about it. Anyways. Wait, use the magic boost though? I feel like I want to save it for a boss fight that I'm kind of struggling on. But also change your master form key. Why? Wait, it's a permanent stat increase? Oh, I thought it was... Wait, I thought it was just something I use... Wait. Oh, guys, I'm stupid then. Oh, shit.
You're stupid.
Am I... So what about this one? I can only use this to restore right when... It's a permanent upgrade. Well, my bad. They just killed Goofy in the second Kingdom Hearts game. Yeah, I have full gauge right now. Okay, do you guys think... I went through so many motions just now, chat. Should I end here or do I have a little bit more to go? What do you think? I'm still totally good to keep going. You absolutely do not stop now? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna save then. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Holy shit. This has been crazy so far. We finished Tron and I was not expecting this to go as crazy as it did.
Huh?
Wow.
What's with them?
Oh. Yeah, what is going on? Maleficent. Oh, not Maleficent. Just kidding, everyone. It is...
That's the guy who's got Ansem.
Yeah.
You mean it's his nobody?
It's
The
not
leader of
Ansem.
Organization 13.
Oh, dude, Mickey not
Wait a
having his
minute.
cloak is crazy.
Now I know.
Oh, what?
Wise Ansem, I'm here to seek your advice.
Okay. He's got a popsicle! Dude, he's real for that.
I'm glad we have the opportunity to speak like this, my friend. I'm intrigued by your hypothesis, and I'm finding it difficult to stave off the urge to test it. Still, I'm concerned about the stability of the worlds.
Yep, that's what worries me too.
The doors that appeared, the place the heartless seek. I fear my research may have brought this upon us.
He was just a lab assistant!
Master Ansem, regarding the experiment I presented the other day, with your permission, I'd like to proceed.
I forbid it!
Okay, so I was
Forget
right.
this talk of
I was like,
doors
it's
and the
gotta
heart
be
of all worlds.
second
That
Ansem.
place must not be defiled.
But Master Ansem, I've been thinking...
They are not. Those thoughts are best forgotten.
His real name is Xehanort? Ugly ass name, by the way. Dude, why is he so baby girl? Ah! He was just a boy.
Xehanort, Ansem's apprentice.
He stole
The leader
his
of
name?
Organization 13 is Xehanort's nobody.
So Xehanort became a dark, a heartless, and then... Oh my god, chat, we're surrounded, we're fucked.
Move it!
He got what Xehanort to the way.
Right.
Why did the quality of the scene drop? Is it just me? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. Holy shit. Okay. snag. Okay. Oh my god. I literally just gotta. Oh my god. What if I magnet?
It's over.
This is insane. I've killed 88 Heartless so far. Oh my god, y'all. This is crazy. Dude, this is awesome.
Give me strength. This is it.
Oh my god.
This is it. There. This is it.
Hold on. Why can't? Oh, there we go. There we go. Guys, this is so many Heartless. This is insane. There we go. I'm doing it again where I don't realize what I'm pressing. Wait, this is, dude. There's still so many more of them, chat. Oh my god.
Back off. It's over.
There's so many of them. Still. I really, really, really want to do my Valor form really quick. Oh my god, hold on. Wait. Trinity? I guess I can use that, huh?
It's over.
Hold on. Holy shit. Can't feel Valor without Greasy, you're right.
This is it.
We're almost done, chat. We're almost done, chat. As much as she's a magic girly. Oh my god, it's just these guys, huh? It's really just these guys, no way. Oh my god, we're almost done.
Light.
You know what?
Light.
Fuck.
Back off.
Oh my god, there's like two more. Last guy? Oh my god, please.
This is it.
Oh! Wow, 1,000 Heartless. That was the halfway point of the game. That would make sense. That's crazy. Bro he is not good. He needs a second.
Where's the king?
That was so cool, though. That was so cool. Oh, look at him.
Come on.
Mickey Mouse. Xehanort. Oh my god. What is your problem? He's hot, though. Don't turn your back.
Xehanort.
How long has it been since I abandoned that name?
Damn, what the hell? Did he go through puberty or something?
Where's Kairi? Where's Riku?
I know nothing of any Kairi.
Man sex.
As for Riku, perhaps you should ask your king.
I mean, we did. And he said no. I can't tell you. Mickey Mouse, what is your problem?
He's gone.
He's fine. What did you see, Donald?
What's going on?
Way to fall right into their trap.
Yowie! Yowie hands. I missed him.
Come on, it's a setup by Organization 13. Xemnas is using you to destroy the Heartless. That's his big master plan.
Xemnas?
Yeah, we don't even know who that guy is.
The guy you just saw. He's their leader. Got it memorized? Xemnas.
Organization 13 wants to get rid of the Heartless?
Man, you're slow. Every Heartless slain with that Keyblade releases a captive heart. That is what the organization is after.
What?
So what did those guys get to do with the hearts?
I'm not telling.
Tell us!
You're the one who kidnapped Kairi.
Bingo. The name's Axel. Got it memorized?
Oh my god, this little
Where
bitch.
is Kairi? Please, just tell me.
Look, about Kairi, I'm sorry.
Axel.
Uh-oh.
This is so funny. This is so funny.
We'll ensure he receives the maximum punishment.
Axel's just like,
I don't care about any of that.
I just want
Just
my friend
let me into
Roxas
the realm
back.
of
I'm gonna
darkness,
cause some
okay?
mischief.
If it's Kairi you're worried about, don't. We're taking very good care of her.
Take me to her.
Is she that important to you?
I really gotta know
more
what
than anything.
Namine's whole thing
Show
is
me
within
how
all this.
important.
Show me how important. What? Are you fucking for real? What are you doing? Bro is literally on his hands and knees for a
You really
woman.
do care for her.
A girl,
In that
actually.
case, the answer's no.
You rotten!
Okay, kill her. Kill
Are
him.
you angry? Do you hate me? Then take that rage and direct it at the Heartless.
He did! He did the thing that he said he was gonna do! He said he was gonna gaslight Sora, and he did!
Pitiful Heartless, mindlessly collecting hearts. And yet, they know not the true power of what they
Axel
hold.
literally just told you.
The rage of the Keyblade releases those hearts. They gather in darkness, masterless and free, until they weave together to make Kingdom Hearts. And when that time comes, we can truly, finally exist.
What in the world do you think you're prattling on about?
This is the first time I've been happy to see her.
Kingdom Hearts belongs to me. The heart of all kingdoms. The heart of all that lives. A dominion fit to be called Kingdom Hearts must be my dominion!
Maleficent, no! No more Heartless!
I do not take orders from you!
Fool.
Y'all!
Oh no!
What's she gonna do? A wall?
While I keep these creatures at bay, you devise a way to vanquish them forever.
Maleficent.
We're Loki teaming up with her?
Do not misunderstand me. I shall have my revenge on you yet.
Maleficent!
The enemy has a common enemy?
I don't take orders from you.
Girl, chill.
But what about...
She's fine. She's fine.
Now
She's
then,
fine.
Where did we leave off?
Huh? Which side are you guys on anyway?
The Heartless ally with whoever's the strongest.
Damn, he just really killed her, huh?
Yes, Sora. Extract more hearts.
Oh my god, it all makes sense now. Well, not all of it, but it makes sense now. I understand, chat.
The hearts.
Well, this is we're in a predicament, aren't we?
Maybe everything we've done, maybe it was all for nothing. What am I supposed to do if I can't use the Keyblade?
Imbeciles. You can't be trusted to do anything.
Excuse me, bitch? What did she just do? What just happened? What just happened? Oh my god. I also gotta know what the hell Sephiroth's problem
Sora,
is in this game.
Donald! Goofy!
Relax. Those three aren't going
Oh,
down
baby
that
girls.
easy. The Keyblade's chosen one. He's a lucky kid.
See you soon.
What do you mean, see you soon?
Sora knows the truth now. The more Heartless that he defeats, the closer he is to becoming our perfect puppet.
Man, they were really just tying things up in the back. Y'all.
What is it?
Are you sure?
Sora
you wanna
Smash
open
trailer type beat.
that?
Guys. I want to know where Roxas went. Our friends.
Gorge, it's the gang from Twilight Town. There's Hayner, Hance, Olette, and,
Roxas.
Yudorama.
No. The name just popped into my head. This is Roxas.
Are you sure you want to eat that?
Salty. No. Sweet.
Salty, no sweet. Huh? The popsicle? For Twilight Town? But yeah, but where are we? Where even are we, chat?
Not yet. I gotta look for Kyrie.
Huh? It's refreshing and tastes good. Ice cream. So good.
A photo and some ice cream. Wonder if there's some sort of clue. And who would have left them for us anyway?
Riku?
Oh, it could have been Riku! Because Riku also has the little cloak. It could have been Riku!
Just this feeling I got.
Yeah. We're almost there.
Hey, what if the Heartless are back again? I can't use the Keyblade. That would only help the organization.
But Sora, I think you have to use it. If we don't fight them, the Heartless will keep on hurting folks.
Damn, we are in a predicament, aren't we? What? Okay. Are there new worlds? I'm so confused. Oh. Wait, what happened to these places? Can we even land? No. So, remember how those worlds felt a little short? Oh. And some reports. Okay, we should read these. Actually, you know what? No. We'll come back to these. I need to land right now. I need to save. Save. Okay, as of right now, I think this is a good place to leave off. My brain hurts. That was so much. That was so much. Yeah. That was crazy. It is time for bed, chat. It is, wow, we did a lot today. Holy shit. I love this game. Y'all, I get it. Damn, this is crazy. I gotta unpack, chat. I gotta sit and think for a second. Man. That was so much. I literally was like, oh, we'll be done after the Tron world. I was not ready for that. Not even in the slightest. All right, chat. I don't know if I'm going to be... You know what? I'm going to check my Discord poll right now. I know I added you guys earlier and I asked if we wanted to watch Pirates of the Caribbean tomorrow or Thursday. And it looks like Thursday wins. So we'll do some more Kingdom Hearts tomorrow. And then on Friday, we're going to do our 12-hour stream. Okay. It was Thursday. Because Friday, we're doing our 12-hour stream. And then Saturday, I actually have a wedding to attend. And then I'm gone. So Friday, we're doing our 12-hour stream. And then after that, I'm going to be gone for a week. I'm sorry. I'm sorry she's gone again. Usually I start my stream around 8 p.m. PST. I usually am... Sometimes I'm not very good at making it on time every single time, but today I did. And I'm going to strive to do the same thing tomorrow. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat my chicken nuggets, chat, and drink a cup of tea. So I'll see you tomorrow. That was crazy. All right, let's go find someone to raid really quick though, because I feel like let's just see. Oh, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Ultima's live. Let's go raid Ultima. How long is Ultima? Oh. Look, from one JRPG to another. Ultima is playing Persona 3. So anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to do my best to be exactly on time like I was tonight. I'm going to try to aim for, again, 7 p.m. PST tomorrow. If not, I will be live at 8 p.m. PST. Period. Like, I will be live at that time. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. What a crazy stream, chat. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, friends. Have a good night. Have fun with Ultima. Goodbye.